Hello, I am Test Drive, and welcome to something very different. I am currently live streaming this, but you are watching it on a YouTube video later. This is going to be a ranking of all of the individual games that I have played and basically finished, or at least gotten close enough, or like what I would consider finished with, over my channel's life from 2017 until 2025. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and just start the ranking process. I kind of spent some time putting all this together and grabbing all of the cover arts for the games that I played. So let's just get started, and I will be going from the oldest playthroughs to the newest ones. Move my microphone a little bit more again. So we will be starting with Midnight Club 1, and of course ending off on Test Drive Off-Road Wide Open, since that is the newest game that I've started and actually finished. So that is the plan. And let's just go ahead and get into this. I actually have a YouTube tab up here as well, so I can actually look at some of the videos as well, just to kind of like remind myself on some things. So let's start this. Midnight Club. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Before, how do I add a? Okay, and add a row below. I want to actually add one more because I do want there to. Why did that close? I do want there to be an F tier. Add a row below, and it'll be I don't know, gray. Fuck! I did the wrong thing. All right. Hello, Marcus. D, and that will be green. Sure, and then this one will be, I keep doing that. This one will be F and gray. Okay, now we actually have the rankings, how I would want them. So let's start off with the first Midnight Club game. The first game I ever played on this channel, the first introduction to having a new channel on YouTube. This was kind of a big thing because I pretty much left a channel behind, and then okay, Azure Fury or Megan will remember. Also my chat, is that chat? Where's chat? I actually don't, hold on, let me, because I do actually want to have the chat in this. We're going to reset the transformation on that. And we'll put that up there, I guess. That'll work. All right, Midnight Club. Started off my new channel and was definitely an interesting experience. I was not the biggest fan of Midnight Club 1. I mean, it's definitely aged, to say the least. Especially like with stuff like the physics. And yeah, the visuals aren't the greatest. I also only uploaded this in 720p because that was something I was doing back then for some reason. I'm glad I'm not doing that anymore and actually uploading things at decent quality, because holy shit, this bitrate sucks. But yeah, it was definitely an okay game, and especially being that it was a very early open world racing game and also had the focus on street racing was cool. But looking back on it as a more modern, in a more modern time, it definitely hasn't aged particularly well, and the AI is a big issue. I really didn't like the AI in this game, as most people don't, but I can't say it would be too bad, so I think that's really all I have to say about it too. There's not much content. Like, the game itself was 2 hours long. Like, this is the entire playthrough in this playlist here. Yeah, I wouldn't consider it great, but I wouldn't consider it terribly bad either. So we will go ahead and stick our first game onto D rank, and I would say probably high D rank for this. But yeah, we will leave that there. Also, Megan, thank you for coming by. Appreciate you. Hope you have a good night. And next up is a wonderful video game. Already kind of spoiling how this might go. Project Gotham Racing 4, and I can't put this anywhere but S rank, 100%. Project Gotham Racing 4 is such an impressive video game, let alone like just being extremely good. There is so much content, and say if we just go to a random video here, it is legitimately like there's weather, there's snow, there's like things on the road that you have to watch out for, like puddles and ice, as you can see there. It is a fantastic video game that I cannot recommend enough people to play. It's one of my favorites of all time for sure, and we'll probably bring it up in a bit as well, but I don't know if I would consider this better than Midnight or almost said Midnight Club 3. Project Gotham Racing 2. Yeah, we're not editing this out either. I'm just uploading this pretty much raw with a little tiny bit of editing probably in different songs, because also my music stopped. So we're gonna swap from Porsche Unleashed soundtrack, which people in the video won't be able to hear because they'll be hearing something else, to Need for Speed High Stakes soundtrack. Hell yeah. All right. Now we can continue on with this. And yeah, I cannot sing the praises of Project Gotham Racing 4 enough. It might not be my absolute favorite game I've went through, but it is very, very close. So it will absolutely deserve its spot in the S rank. Plus there's all the other stuff like the arcade mode, where you can get all of the different medals, like platinum medals. And there's just a great selection of cars. It's so good. I really need to go back and play this game again and actually 100% it, because I just played through like the career mode. I did a TSO 20 in this game, of all things. I don't know why that's in that video. It's been 8 years since I've played this, so I don't know what's going on in these videos. Let me actually move my camera a little bit so I'm not looking way off in the no man's land here. But yeah, fantastic game. 100% deserves to be an S rank, even though I didn't complete it. Now we come to our first kind of, I should probably stop scrolling, for our first kind of interesting one, and it is not a racing game. It is the Ghostbusters video game, which I played through shortly after I started my channel, because I think it was very close to October when I started that playthrough in October, because, you know, I like to do things for Halloween, and I thought this game was pretty good. I didn't think it was like spectacular, but I thought it was pretty good and a pretty fun experience. So I'm probably actually going to put this into B rank. I actually don't remember a whole lot about the game, to be honest with you. Where is it? There it is. But like, the graphics were impressively good, and this is also going off of the non-remastered version, because again, this was released in, or I uploaded this in 2017. It was not, I think the remaster came out in 19, because the original came out in 09. But yeah, it looks great. It is actually a lot of fun to play. It has a lot of different gameplay mechanics from what I remember, and of course, it's just classic Ghostbuster stuff. And I also played the PC version, so I did get some better visuals and frame rates than you would have gotten on the 360 or the PlayStation 3. Try not to spoil too much here with what I'm showing. But yeah, I think it was fun. So I think I will put that in to B rank for now. Next up, I keep scrolling by accident. Next up is the Midnight Club sequel, Midnight Club 2. I wasn't in love with this game, I will admit. I think probably because I played Midnight Club 3 as a kid a lot, and also Midnight Club LA before I played this game. But I don't think it's bad. I think it's actually a really solid racer. It's just kind of similar to Midnight Club 1, but with better physics and somewhat better AI, I would say. So I will probably either a low B or a high C tier. I'm going to go for a high C tier on this one, just because. But it is not a bad game in the slightest. I played the PC version because I bought it on Steam before it got delisted. And yeah, it actually looks really nice still, as you could probably tell. It actually looks really good. And yeah, it was very frustrating at times too. which was one of the bigger issues I had with it. So I have no real interest in playing it again. Look how tiny the UI is because I was playing in 1440p, I think. Very funny. But yeah, not as good as Midnight Club 3 for sure on my list, but we'll get to that in a minute whenever we get to Midnight Club 3. That'll happen very soon, because of course I've played through it and LA as well. But yeah, the lack of real cars also doesn't necessarily help my opinion on this game. It's not a necessity, but I don't know. I grew up with a Midnight Club that did have that stuff, so it's kind of disappointing when I play one that doesn't have it. And the designs of the cars aren't bad or anything, but they're not like super unique or super amazing, in my opinion at least. But still not bad. I did have some fun at least playing this game. More fun than I had with Midnight Club 1, so it definitely deserves to go. You know what? We'll actually put it in low B tier. I think it deserves to be there. We'll put it underneath Ghostbusters. I do think Ghostbusters was better. Funny enough. Water break time. Time to hydrate. I'm not used to talking for this long already, and it's only been an hour. Anyways, next up is honestly one of the best games I have ever played. Once again, is Portal 2, a fantastic, I guess you'd call it like an adventure game. Like if you haven't played the Portal series at all, both games are fantastic. The characters are great, the actual gameplay is great, the visuals are great, the art style, all of that. I don't think I would put it quite as high as PGR4, but it is absolutely going in S tier. It is such a fantastic game. And I will bring it up just to talk about it a little bit. We'll go towards the beginning, I suppose. But yeah, I cannot praise this game enough, similar to PGR2. Like, excuse me, by the way. The main thing that, like, I don't know what to say about it necessarily, because like it's not a racing game, and that's unfortunately a bit of a detriment to somebody like me who mostly plays racing games. But it's not to say that the game is bad at all, but that is probably why I would put PGR4 higher than this game. That is literally the main reason. So Portal 2, fantastic. I had a ton of fun playing it. I'd actually played this one in the past before I did this playthrough. So I knew kind of what I was getting into, but I definitely was too stupid to remember the puzzles. But yeah, absolutely fantastic game. And I would love to play the co-op at some point too, but I have not had the chance yet. Actually, maybe a little bit, not much though. Or I watched somebody play co-op, but maybe someday that will happen. So Portal 2, once again, will go in a solid low S tier for me. Then next up, we have Forza Motorsport. Now, this one is a bit of a technicality, because while I am currently playing through Forza Motorsport 1, I did already play through it, well, the career mode 100% back in the day. And I've played the arcade in my new playthrough already, so I've already experienced basically the entire game. I mean, I pretty much have experienced the entire game. And it's going on the list because I have completed a playthrough of it. That's pretty much the reason. And I honestly, I adore this game. It is a very good game. I didn't mean to actually put that there. It is an incredibly good game. Fantastic first attempt at making a Gran Turismo style game from another company. Much better than like Sega GT or Group S Challenge or Enthusia or whatever else. Of course, they're all different in their own ways and all have their own merits, but Forza pretty much goes, hey, Gran Turismo, I like what you're doing. I want to do that, and then basically does it. And of course, the customization, the ability to have cars damaged, and just the general vibe of the game is fantastic to me. And it has aged in some ways. The AI isn't great, obviously. Which is something I've very much experienced going through it on hard difficulty recently. But I think this still deserves a low S tier, just below Portal 2, because it is still one of my favorite games I've ever played, and that is why I'm playing it again. Like, that's the reason, was just because I love it so much. And I do have my old playlist for the game still up, so I guess I can look through this real quick. I also liked giving these random titles back in the day. I enlisted all the videos, but they're still up on YouTube and accessible with this playlist. Water break, by the way. So yeah, I love this game. I love the car list. I love the way it looks. I love the original tracks, the real-life tracks. It is a wonderful package, especially for the year that it came out in 2005 and the hardware that it came out on. This is another one I would recommend a lot of people to play if they like anything like Gran Turismo or newer Forza games. I think the first one holds up pretty well. Again, it can get a little questionable with some of the AI and some of the decisions in the game, but those aren't bad enough to really sour my opinion on it, so it will be definitely taking up a low S tier. It has been way too long since I have done something like this and talked for this long. I think my problem is that I also just talk a lot whenever I do stuff like this. I just said doo-doo. Okay, am I good? Maybe. I'm gonna lose my voice by the end of this. It's great. Anyways, up next we have Burnout Paradise. Now, this one was nowhere near a full playthrough. I played through like maybe 30% of the game or something, but I technically finished my playthrough of what I wanted to do back in the day. And I haven't started a new one yet. I would like to. I would like to play through the remastered version, since it's basically the same game, but just upgraded a little bit. But I have not done that yet. But for what I've played of Paradise, and the fact that I also, on the same profile actually, I 100%ed it off video, I'm gonna put this... We'll put it a high B. I think this is a very, very good game, but it definitely has some issues. Mainly in the fact that there's just a lot to do, and a lot of that is very tedious stuff, like all the collectibles and all that. And one of the bigger issues I had with actually playing it offline, I'm gonna just put this in here because I played through the game. I'm giving my opinions on the games as I played them, not as I did videos on them. From basically all of my experience of the game is what's coming out right now. But stuff like the times on roads and the crash scores really don't care for the crash mode of Burnout Paradise. I don't think it's that bad, but it loses its quirkiness after about the third time you do it, and you have to do it like 80 times or something over the entire game. And that is also part of getting 100% of Burnout Paradise done. Not great, honestly. But the racing is good. The AI are pretty dumb. They're not very fast, so they're pretty much a cakewalk unless you take a wrong turn or something. The crash physics, of course, are fantastic. All of that is always fantastic in Burnout games. But yeah, I will give this a high B, just because it is, like I said, it is a very good game, but it definitely does have its issues. I don't know why I named this video this. I forget that I want to show gameplay in the background. And also stuff like the road rages are really fun. The open world aspect, not sure I like it more than normal Burnout, like Burnout Revenge or Burnout 3. Really not sure about that. I'm very conflicted. Because on one hand, the open world is cool, but on the other hand, I feel like the closed circuit feel of the older games might suit them more. So it's very up in the air. Also driving my favorite car, the not Dodge Magnum, but also looks great and is always still fun to play. So it absolutely can go at the top of B rank. Actually, you know what? I changed my mind. We're going to put it at the bottom of A. That is my executive decision on that. Next up, we have the first Call of Duty game. This is Call of Duty 1. You can't really see it that well, but it is Call of Duty 1. And I'm going to be honest, I don't remember much from this game, except for the fact that I really didn't like having to have med kits and very rarely finding them on lower difficulties. This game is very difficult, especially if you're someone like me that just kind of just runs into things and figures it out later. So I'm going to actually put this game... We're going to put it below Midnight Club 1. Actually, I'm going to put it above Midnight Club 1. Because I think this is more... What's the word I'm looking for? Not really ambitious, but... I think it was a better attempt at its genre than Midnight Club 1 was. Again, Midnight Club 1 was revolutionary for the time and a huge help for everything, but it doesn't really keep up today. Especially, like I said, after I only played Midnight Club 3 and newer as a kid. So, going back to something like this, it's very, very primitive. And then, yeah, Call of Duty 1, also incredibly primitive, and not the greatest of games. It hasn't aged the greatest. Oh my god, that is so stretched. I mean, I wouldn't consider it bad. Especially considering it came out in 2003, of course. Gotta remember that. But I am still just trying to keep this as more so objective as possible, and based on the fact that they're old games, or based on the fact that, you know, years have passed. And also, I don't know if you can aim down sights in this game. I don't remember if you can or not. You can't sprint. That's really unfortunate. But yeah, it just... it's not the greatest, and I don't really remember it, which shows a lot, to be honest with you. I feel like I'd remember a game if I cared at all. So we will be keeping that at the top of D tier, because again, I think it's closer to the newer games of its genre than Midnight Club 1 is, but not by much. Next up, there's a lot of S tiers. I'm just going to throw it out there. We're going to have a lot of S tiers. Test Drive Unlimited 1. This is going to be the PC version. I did play through the PS2 version, which will come up later. But I'm going to maybe do a hot take here. I'm going to put this below Project Gotham Racing 4. Because while Test Drive Unlimited is still an amazing game and pushed racing games and open worlds to a new level at the very start of the Xbox 360 generation, the game definitely has aged. And one issue that I have with it specifically is really the progression system. I am not actually that much of a fan of the progression system of this version of the game. Now, the PS2 version, that might have swayed my opinion on this a lot, considering I know how the PS2 and PSP version works, and I played all the way through it. So yeah, like, everything is incredibly impressive about this game, still to this day. Like, the map size, the events, the different types of events, that is all so good. And that is why it deserves to be in the S tier still. But yeah, something about having the progression tied to actual Xbox achievements, I don't know how I feel about that, especially with the servers down and a lot of the stuff that you could have done being multiplayer, so now you have to do more of the single player. I mean, you kind of have to think about the way you play through the game more than you did back in the day, is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, that's my kind of hot take as the, you know, person Test Drive. But I also did get my name from the PSP version of Test Drive Unlimited. Not even joking. That is where the name Test Drive came from, was because I had the PSP version and I was trying to play it online back in 2008 or whatever. So we're going to put the Xbox 360/PC versions of this game just below Project Gotham Racing 4 in S tier. It's also a game that I think absolutely everybody that enjoys open world racing games should play sometime in their life. So, next up, we have the Forza Horizon 2 Fast and Furious, not expansion, it's like its own standalone game, but it was free, and it was really short. My body's being all kinds of funky right now. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, this was a very weird thing to exist. I'm sure Microsoft heard, ooh, Fast and Furious money, and basically just took it and made whatever this is. So this will be based on the Xbox One version as well. I know there's the Xbox 360 version. I have played it. I don't really remember much of it, but I haven't played it on video, so I'm going to be basing this off of the Xbox One version, since that is the one I'm holding right here. And this game, I don't know, I feel like it's D tier quality probably. Maybe high D tier. It's just short. Like, that's the biggest issue with it, is like, yeah, it was free, but it was 1,000 gamer score on both Xbox 360 and Xbox One, like a full game, since, you know, arcade games were short and had smaller achievement lists and gamer score. So they really thought they were cooking with something, or they were just matching the 360 with the Xbox One version. I have no idea. Water time again. So the experience of it is, I mean, it really is just Forza Horizon 2, but, where am I? There I am. Forza Horizon 2, but it's a lot smaller and is very Fast and Furious themed. And I'm kind of like, on the Fast and Furious thing, because I'm not really into the Fast and Furious. That probably definitely isn't helping me with this. But like, it looks great, and it plays just like Horizon 2. As you would expect on the Xbox One, at least. Again, that is very different on the 360, of course. But, and it also has this filter over it, as you can see here, that's just always on. You can't, I don't think you can turn it off. I don't know, maybe you can. I've not paid attention to it. Fun fact about the 360 version of both Horizon 2s, the Fast and Furious and the main game, is that this area doesn't exist in the 360. It's blocked off completely. I haven't really shut it off, but it's because it's just, you can't go in it. But, like, I don't know. It has some fun things to do. It has some races. It has some little things like this. Smash 100 boards or whatever. Which I think is basically the bucket list in the main game. It's very okay, but short. That is pretty much what I can say about this game. And of course, all the cars from this, I think, came to Horizon 2, like the main game, as DLC. So you could have the cars without ever touching this standalone thing. It's got its little story and stuff, so it's not the worst thing I've ever played, but it definitely isn't that great. It's very funny how I have a lot of low, but not terrible games, and a lot of really good games so far. Very funny. And next up, we have Call of Duty United Offensive, which I'm probably just going to put right under Call of Duty 2, because I also don't remember much about this game, and I think it's pretty much Call of Duty 1, but different missions, because it's United Offensive instead of, you know, the main game. Oh, you can aim down sights. But yeah, it is still med pack based. You can see the health bar here. And again, it's literally an identical game, just an expansion pack basically. I don't really have much to say about it. So that is what I will say about it. I don't remember any of the missions. I think there was one in the snow. I think you start in the snow actually. Where am I at? United Offensive. It definitely just did not have any kind of like standout anything for me to remember or like look back on fondly. So yeah, we'll keep that just below the first game because it's an expansion pack for the first game. That's pretty much it. And oh lord, we have a lot of high tier games coming up. I'm just gonna spoil that right now. First up, Midnight Club 3. I think Midnight Club 3 for me. I really have to think about this one. I don't have as much of an urge to play Midnight Club 3 again as I did for Forza 1. But I do feel like, well, I only feel like playing Paradise again because I didn't finish it technically. You know what? I'm going to make this a hot take. I'm going to put it at the top of A rank. Midnight Club 3 is a fantastic game, don't get me wrong. But it's definitely aged, and it definitely has some issues. Of course, I did not actually play on a real PS2. Unfortunately, I played on an emulator. I also didn't play the Xbox version for whatever reason. I guess I wanted to... Ooh, fancy 4K upscaling, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. But it's a good game. It has a lot of really good aspects like the customization. The maps are really good because there's different maps, which also gives you a lot of variety of where you're racing. Even though, of course, you'll be stuck to one map for a bit and then move to another one, be stuck there for a bit. But then you get to go back and forth a little bit. The car selection is good. But it's the AI has definitely aged. The AI is not very good, and also is incredibly hard no matter what. Well, is most of the time at least. And some of the race layouts are not the greatest, to say the least. So I definitely think this is a good high A tier game. I did have a lot of fun playing it, of course. Again, I played this game a lot when I was a kid, so I definitely have a lot of nostalgia for it. I keep closing out of that instead of just clicking on another video for some reason. And also, the chopper sections, I'm never doing them again. I swear to God, I'm literally never doing the chopper sections again. The choppers were the worst part of any Midnight Club game I've ever played. I would consider the chopper section of Midnight Club 3 worse than the first game, like 100%. But of course, also Tokyo is cool too, having that in the remix version, which of course I played. Yeah, it's, I don't know. Oh, don't look at that one actually. Yeah, it's definitely aged, and I definitely think it hasn't aged quite as gracefully as some of the other games that I've already ranked. So it will go at the top of A rank. Next up, we have again, an incredibly amazing game that I have a lot of nostalgia for, but also it's still a really good game, is Project Gotham Racing 2 on the original Xbox. This game, it hits so good. Just, I don't know. It's hard to explain almost, because it's like, it's an arcade racer. You don't have car customization or anything. But it manages to not have those things, or like not have customization or like true like crazy depth to it, to just being fun. Like the amount of fun that you can have in Project Gotham Racing 2 is insane. One of the biggest issues, of course, with it is the balancing of the car classes. They did not do a good job of that, will admit. So I think, like this is another game that I think about all the time and think about playing again all the time, because I didn't truly 100% or almost said FC, not playing Guitar Hero. I didn't actually 100% it because I didn't do everything on Platinum. But pretty much all these top games I think about replaying here and there at least. You know what? We're going to put PGR2 just above Forza Motorsport 1. My reasoning is, honestly, PGR2 is just more fun than Forza Motorsport 1. Forza Motorsport 1 is a ton of fun, but PGR2 is like another level of it. But it still suffers from a lot of the limitations that were present in that generation of gaming, with not really having, like, it has day-night cycle and it has rain, but it's not really fleshed out at all. And the tracks are fantastic, of course, because they're all cities, just like PGR4, and basically based off of real cities. But I think PGR4 does all that stuff better, for sure, and also has snow and has a better career mode, as I would call it. I love the Kudos World Series, but I do like the way that PGR4 does its championships of sorts, or whatever you want to call them, more, and it also still has arcade mode and everything. So we are going to stick PGR2 there. I will pull up a video, I guess. I keep forgetting to do that. I'm not used to doing stuff. I'm just not used to doing stuff. Oh. Damn. Look at that. Oh, I streamed this. Look at that. But yeah, the car list is great. The track list is great. The cars feel great to drive. There's a lot to love about PGR2, so I feel very confident in giving it the ranking that I've given it. Because it is just, it's a ton of fun. Unfortunately, the DLC is not integrated into the career at all. You can't even use the DLC in any way in the career mode or in the arcade mode. So that's unfortunate, but not a big deal because, again, it was a definite product of its time. So yeah, I will leave that at that. Just a fantastic game, fantastic experience. Speaking of fantastic experiences, Burnout 3 Takedown. So fun fact, my playthrough of Burnout 3 on video was my first time ever playing Burnout 3. I had mostly played Burnout Revenge and a moderate amount of Paradise before I played Burnout 3. I gotta drink water again. My throat is getting scratchy. But yeah, I didn't know what to expect. I also remember as a kid, I think I played the demo for Burnout 3 because it was on, I didn't mean to put that there. The demo for Burnout 3, I think, was on the Need for Speed Underground 2 disc on Xbox, which of course I had. And that was my only experience of Burnout 3, and I was really disappointed that there was no traffic checking. I distinctly remember that as a kid. So, does that make Burnout 3 a bad game? Absolutely not. I think this game probably deserves to be just above Burnout Paradise, in my opinion. I think it's better than Paradise because I think the overall like style and like the closed circuit feel to it is once again much better than the open world aspect. Even though the open world is good in Paradise, I feel like it doesn't fit a Burnout game as much. So I will definitely give Burnout 3 points on that. And of course, you have everything, pretty much everything in Burnout 3. Plus, you have a real crash mode, which is fantastic, of course, because it always is. Gotta love the crash mode in Burnout games. And yeah, it was a fantastic experience. I'll discuss later how I feel about it compared to Revenge more. But for now, we will leave it in a... Where is my Burnout 3 playthrough? Oh, that is not correct. Is there gonna be some weird blonde chick on my fucking screen? Nope. Okay. But yeah, I played this on Xbox as well, of course, because I play everything on Xbox almost. Very fun game. Really good art style and like track designs and car designs and stuff like that. Again, I'm not the biggest into like fake cars of sorts, but the fact that some of them are from Burnout, especially like Burnout 3, are really recognizable still to me shows something. When in like Midnight Club 2, I don't know, I don't even remember what half the cars look like in Midnight Club 2. So yeah, Burnout 3, very good game. Definitely A rank for me. And next up, we have the next Forza Motorsport game, Forza Motorsport 2. And I'm kind of torn on where to put this one, because Forza Motorsport 2 is actually a really, really good game, of course. They definitely did not miss with this one either. There's some weirdness to it. I'm not a huge fan of the UI, to be honest, mostly because it's really slow. Like, it takes a while for you to, like, you hit the button and you gotta wait pretty much every time you hit a button. Not a huge fan of that, but I do like the design of it because it's very Frutiger Arrow. Yeah, like Windows Vista. And I do like that. But I think it also has a lot... It's about the same length as Forza Motorsport 1, which is very odd to me, considering it has more to do in it. And you may not consider that a bad thing. I don't really consider it necessarily a bad thing, but I definitely like having the longer races and championships in Forza Motorsport 1. But also, you get to use more stuff in Forza Motorsport 2. And also, both these games have fantastic soundtracks. Like Forza 1 soundtrack, I can listen to it all day still. I've heard it for 20 years at this point, and I could still listen to it every day. And Forza 2's is all actually licensed music, except for the main theme and the intro song, I think. And is also extremely good. I've listened to it a lot while playing the game. But I don't know. I feel like something in me is telling me to put Forza 2 just below Forza 1. Even though Forza 2 has like the better graphics, it goes up to 60 FPS, it has more cars. Some of the stuff though, like the achievements for buying all the cars is a bit annoying. But I don't know if I should really take that into account for something like this. Then again, it is always still my opinion, still too. I don't know. Forza Motorsport 1 just has like that specific feel to it that I love. And while Forza 2 kind of has that, it doesn't have it as strong. So I'm making an executive decision to put Forza 2 just below Forza Motorsport 1. Of course, I did have a ton of fun playing this, experiencing all the different cars, all the DLC and stuff. There's a lot of new and interesting cars, like the RL, the Acura RL. Look at this blonde weirdo. The Focus ST. There's a lot of just random cars, but of course, still nothing really compares with the newer games, but we will get there when we get there. I have not played those yet, of course, on video. Well, kind of. Ugh. I am feeling it. But yeah, still a very good game. Also, too much of the damn game takes place on the snake tracks. Like, I like them in this game. I like them better than the full test track in Forza 1. But you race on them so much at the beginning of the game, and you don't get any variety, because it's always the same look, the same... Like, whenever I think of this game, I think of the snake tracks. Like, that look of kind of a desert-y-ish... Well, it's not really desert, but it's, like, very brown. Or, like, tan. And I'm... Like I said, I don't really mind the tracks themselves, but I don't care for the fact of how much you have to race on them. So it's just minor complaints. I think the AI is probably better in this game. I haven't really done much in Forza Motorsport 2 on hard difficulty. And... yeah, I don't know. I think they're just very close in my mind. Forza Motorsport 1 and 2. So I will be putting Forza 2 just below Forza Motorsport 1. Alright, next up is going to be the final console Midnight Club game, and that is Midnight Club Los Angeles, which I played through on an Xbox One, the Xbox 360 version. And this game... it's hard to rank this one too, actually. Oops, I keep accidentally hitting the right-click button. I'm not entirely sure of where exactly I want to put this game in the grand scheme of things. I think Midnight Club 3 has better vibes to it. But I also really like aspects of Midnight Club LA. But there's also some weird stuff like the cameras and... I don't know. Midnight Club 3 feels more concise, if that's a correct assumption. Also, it's hard to figure out what you're doing in Midnight Club LA a lot of the time. Like, the progression is not very straightforward in that game, which I'm not a huge fan of. So you know what? I think I'm going to do something crazy here. I think I'm going to put Midnight Club LA in A rank between the Burnout games that I have here. I know, spicy, but I think that is how I want to do things. So, Midnight Club LA, of course, an evolution of the Midnight Club games, and a really good one at that. Like, there's a lot of really good stuff in Midnight Club LA that they also evolved on, made better, or added even. And of course, that's not just like in the map or the cars. My beloved Eclipse GT. Oh, look at this blonde bitch. I lost my train of thought. Am I still driving it? Oh, it's the 3000 GT now. But yeah, like I don't know, something about the physics. I'm not the biggest fan of the physics and the camera. It's cool that we have a interior camera, of course. but I don't tend to use that too much just because of personal preference and also trying to make better videos. I think it would be better to be able to see the car rather than just seeing the inside of the car all the time, because you could see more in general. I'm gonna have to get more water. You know what? Enjoy this video of me. Well, some blonde bitch actually. I don't know who that is. I'm gonna pause. Now that the recording's unpaused, I forgot I could do that on OBS, and I just did it. Midnight Club LA. Cool, but I don't know. I'm not as big of a fan of it as I am like Midnight Club 3. So we will be putting it right here between the two Burnout games. A little bit worse than Burnout 3, but a little bit better than Burnout Paradise, in my opinion. Alright, next up, we have the first Halo game, which I did play on the Master Chief Collection. I've played through it 3 times. Once backwards compatibility Xbox 360. Like, I played the original Xbox version on 360. Then I played the Master Chief Collection version with a friend on Xbox One. And then I played the Master Chief Collection on PC by myself. And I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief, I don't really remember much of Halo. I think this might be my first C. We're gonna throw in C rank because I don't really remember too much. And I've played through the game 3 times. Like, I can't really tell you much besides Master Chief, Shooty Alien. Fucking, I don't know. I have no idea why I split these videos like this. But yeah, it's a good game. Like, I can't say it's a bad game. But really, like, the story didn't stick with me. Like, nothing about the gameplay really stuck with me. It's a very, in my opinion, completely from me, it's very mid, I guess you could say, is where I would put Halo 1. And I know, of course, how much it did for, like, first-person shooters and all that back in the day. But me playing it 20 whatever, well, I don't know when this was. When was this? 2020, so it was almost 20 years later. Just didn't really care much. And I don't really have much to say about it besides the gameplay is fine. I think I struggle with some stuff because, I don't know, I'm stupid or something, but there's me dying. Yeah, not a whole lot to say about it, and the visuals of the anniversary edition of Halo 1 on Master Chief Collection on PC are decent. I could say that. So we will leave that in a solid C rank. And next up, we have an interesting and a first, kind of a first version of a different, or a alternate version of a video game that I've already played. So we played Midnight Club LA, and then I played Midnight Club LA Remix, which of course is the PSP version of the game that has the map from Midnight Club 2. Actually, it has the LA map and the Tokyo map from Midnight Club 2. Because, you know, Midnight Club LA, and then because it's a remix, I guess, they put the Tokyo map as a separate part. And I think the progression was really interesting on this. The progression had the same issue as the main game, though, where I didn't really have a great idea of what I was doing at most times. It wasn't too bad from what I remember, but I definitely didn't 100% the game whenever I completed it. Probably mainly because I was like, I don't know where I'm going. So, I guess real quick, I definitely think this is better than Midnight Club 2. You know what? Let's crown a new B rank champion. We'll put it at the top of B rank. I think that's pretty good. Of course, being on the PSP, it is definitely... Where am I? There it is. It is definitely cut down a lot. Like I said, it uses the old map for LA from Midnight Club 2 because that's just how it works. Using a smaller map for a smaller game makes sense. And it is definitely strange to see the map. Oh, my audio just shifted. Gotta love it. It is weird seeing the Midnight Club 2 map on the PSP version. But the main issue I dealt with was because I was playing this on a real PSP with a real UMD in the disk drive. The loading times took forever. And that was like half of my playthrough was loading times. But I also know that I did play this game like, I finished this game like super quick. I don't know why, but I kind of just went through the game super fast. I guess because of some sort of like enjoyment, as they say. I think it's a fun game. That's why it's still in B rank. Like, I don't think it's a bad game at all. But like pretty much anything above D rank is something I would consider truly fun to play still, no matter what it is. No matter what kind of issues I have with it. But yeah, it's very much a smaller version of Midnight Club LA. And playing on the PSP with a controller, as a controller, also not the greatest experience just because of how the PSP is. I could have emulated it, but I didn't. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Still pretty well featured as well. A lot of the like feel of it and a lot of the aspects of it do feel like kind of copied from Midnight Club 3, which makes sense because there was a PSP version of Midnight Club 3. But yeah, I think it's okay. Definitely not my favorite Midnight Club experience, but still a pretty good one at that. So it will happily go in the top of a B rank. Next up, we have the last Project Gotham Racing game that I've actually played on video, at least on this channel, and that is Project Gotham Racing 3. So this game is weird, because it kind of has a similar syndrome to Forza Motorsport 5 on the Xbox One, is that they did all this fancy stuff and made it look like crazy good and stuff, and have like, you know, interior view, all that, and it was a launch title. But at the same time, you lost a lot of content. If you didn't know, PGR 3 takes like 5 hours to complete. The other two games, like PGR 4, I think took me at least like 10 or 11 hours. And I think PGR 2 was like 11 hours, 12 hours to complete on lower difficulties. And also, of course, I didn't do all the arcade mode for PGR 4. So there's a lot more time in that. Yeah, this game is under half of the length of those. Minus if you want to go, you know, if you want to go for platinum medals, you can, you know, restart, I guess, and then you can have more playtime in the game. But it does look good. It does have interior view, which is super cool for a game from 2005 on a Xbox 360. It's a cool game. It's just there's not a whole lot there. And it's not like there's not really much that's like very specific to this game either, because I think at least like one or maybe two of the cities of PGR 3 returned in PGR 4. I think it was did Tokyo return? No, I think Tokyo was PGR 3 exclusive. There was, I think London might have returned or something. I don't remember specifically. I might be wrong too. I might be talking out of my ass. I mean, I pretty much am. But the physics are still, of course, fantastic, as Bizarre Creations just knew how to do good physics. Very fun physics at that. But in the grand scheme of things, there's nothing that really makes this game really stand out. It's pretty much like you can view it as a predecessor to PGR 4, and that's pretty much like the one of the best things I can say about it is that it's kind of almost PGR 4, but with a lot less stuff to do in it. So I think I'm going to put this, because it is really good, it just doesn't have a lot. I think we're going to stick it at the bottom of B rank. That might be controversial, but I think there's at least enough specific to Midnight Club 2 for it to be higher on this list. Because both these games, I mean, Midnight Club 2 has the issues of the AI and stuff, but Midnight Club 2 is also very unique in its presentation, cutscenes, stuff like that. I need more water. Ah, delicious water. So yeah, I am pretty confident in putting PGR 3 where I've put it. But yeah, here's the entire playthrough. 23 videos, and the last one was 9 minutes long. And I don't know if any of them, maybe like a few exceed 20 minutes. 5 minutes, 7 minutes. Yeah, it's very much in a weird spot because like it has less to it than the previous game. And is more so a stepping stone to the 4th game. And it's actually kind of similar to Forza Motorsport 3, which again, I haven't played yet on video, but I do know that Forza Motorsport 3 is kind of just a stepping stone to Forza Motorsport 4 in the grand scheme of things. Which is not really a bad thing, because it still makes a good game. It's just not the greatest. It's very basic, to say the least. So we will leave PGR3 as at the bottom of B rank. Now time for another not racing game that I absolutely adore, and that is Half-Life Alyx. This was the VR Half-Life game that came out in I guess it was 2020. And my life was never the same after playing this. This was like the first VR game an actual game I had to play through. That wasn't just like an experience basically, or a tech demo. So it is incredibly good too. I played through Half-Life 1 many years ago on some stream or something. I don't think any of those videos survived to this point. And this was my second experience with anything Half-Life. And it is so good. And honestly, I don't know if I could rank it higher than the Forza games, like Forza Motorsport 1 and 2. But it does deserve to be an S rank, so we're going to put it at the bottom of S rank for now. It is such an incredible experience, especially in being that it's VR. I had a ton of fun. Like, I played through the entire game in like 2 days or something. And it was, 10 hours long or something like that. I really got to have some dedication and some real enjoyment of the game to be able to have that. I don't think it's the best game I've ever played. Again, I would definitely rank Portal 2 higher, but again, it is truly incredible what they were able to do in a VR game like this. How they made everything feel, how they made you interact with everything. I shit my pants a couple times because of head crabs and other things jumping out at me. Yeah, it's like shockingly good. So I would definitely recommend, if you have a VR headset that can plug into a PC, you can check it out. It's on Steam. And I would definitely recommend it. It is, again, one of the best non-racing games that I've ever played. Alright, next up is the first Dirt game, which I played the PC version of back, I guess, around 2020. And I played through this game once before on my old channel, and then, of course, brought the playthrough to the new channel. And I really like Dirt 1. Like, it is one of my favorite rally games of all time. I still think I like it more than Dirt 2, spoilers, I guess. And it's just a really solid rallying experience with, crossovers, rallycross, all different kinds of rallying. And I love that about it. Of course, there's like the piss filter. Can't really escape that in this game. The performance is horrid on consoles, which I've, of course, experienced as of recently, playing it again to complete all the championships. But I still think this is a really good game, and I think it's really... I don't want to say unique, but it's very... It knows what it wants to be. It knows what it is, and it's not afraid to show that. I still think the physics are great too. I think there's some issues with the physics, like with turning and the car always spinning a wheel, even if you've made the differentials to where they shouldn't do that. But not a big issue in the grand scheme of things. Still very fun. And still better at rally physics than some other games I've played. I think at this point... I don't know if I could consider this S rank. I think this might be a top of A rank kind of situation. Actually, I think we're gonna put it right. I keep accidentally right clicking in case you haven't noticed. Yeah, we'll put it as the second up in A rank, just behind Midnight Club 3 just because Midnight Club 3 is so like so dense with shit to do. And then of course Burnout 3 is just Burnout 3. But I would still, yeah, I think I would put Dirt there. Like, I still think it's a very good game, but it does show its age some. And again, like, look at the yellow. Look how yellow this all is. The visuals are good. I can't say they're bad, but they are very yellow. And I'm not the biggest fan of that in video games, believe it or not. Of course, playing on the PC version did have wonderfully smooth frame rates, as well as, of course, higher resolutions, which was very nice to play through. I played through this on the second to highest difficulty. What did I choose here? Hold on. I am curious. Yes, I did play through it on the second to highest. And the difficulty isn't... It's actually pretty well balanced, I think. I actually have no real complaints about the difficulty. I've played through a lot of different kinds of events on the hardest difficulty, and it feels like it is a hardest difficulty of sorts for a game like this. So I think that's actually really well done. And of course, the cars are good. There's not a whole lot. Another issue is the game is pretty short for like the amount of stuff that it has and how you unlock stuff and how you use stuff. You're very restricted, like more so than just rally cars or whatever. You have to pick like out of a certain set of like 3 rally cars in some of the events, which isn't the best thing. So it's definitely got some issues, but I still think it's a very, very fun game. Definitely, like I said, one of the best rally games ever made, probably, in my opinion. And another game that I think more people should play. Time for water again. But yeah, I had a ton of fun playing this. Even the championship mode, it wasn't anything really different, but it was fun to play through still. And that's all I can ask for a game, is just to be fun in general. So we will leave it there, just under the top of A-Class. And now I have to use the bathroom, son of a bitch. Alright, I will be back in a second. Okay, we are back once again. Nice voice crack. I'm really feeling the, you know, talking, I guess. Anyways, we move on with our ranking list. And next up will be the first Ford racing game. And it was the first Ford racing game, and it will be the first F rank on this list. I very much did not enjoy Ford racing, to the point that I didn't even finish the game. I played through, I think it was like, maybe like 2/3 of the career mode of Ford racing. It is a PS1 and PC game. I think they're different from each other, though, so don't lump them together, I guess. I got to be a VTuber during this. That was cool. Look at old me. Look at old me next to new me. Damn. Broken ass arms. But yeah, this game is very... It sins in the fact that it's boring, but difficult, but also not engaging in the slightest, and not fun, and really just not good in general. I'm not a fan of the original Ford racing game on the PS1, at least. Basically, the AI are just hard enough to where they will pass you and win randomly, and you are pretty much fucked if that happens. And I don't know if there's damage or anything. The physics are okay at best. It's like a very cheap and not very good Gran Turismo 1 or 2 clone, I guess you'd call this. And the races are moderately long. Yeah, it goes on for way longer than it needs to, and nothing about it is just good at all, really. It's like very mid at best. So it got to the point where I was so tired of just losing, and because you also get like penalized if you lose, I think. Like you lose some sort of points or some shit. And yeah, it's just not a good game. No, wouldn't recommend it. There's not really much fun to be had because especially because there's no variety. There's like 9 cars, and I had the timer going too. What did I get up to? Oh, I keep closing out of that by accident. Yeah, I was up to 6 hours. I had raced on like 4 total tracks in this time. I'm not even joking. And I think if I remember, the audio is really bad too. It's just not good. I don't really care to listen to it too much. Yeah, I kind of just gave up after a while, so definitely not going to rank this one high in the slightest. And of course, I did the exact opposite of that. It very much deserves to be an F rank based off of my experience with it, and that is where it will stay. Next up, are we halfway through yet? What are we at? I don't think we're halfway through yet. We got a lot left to go. This is taking a lot longer than I kind of thought it would. I've been live for 2 hours, and I've been recording for an hour. So it took me an hour to get this set up, and now I went through like a third of what I need to, or I guess more like a fourth. Alright, maybe I'll try and move a little bit faster through some of these, but next up is the direct sequel to Ford Racing 2, which I think is actually a very good game. I don't think I would consider it as good as PGR3. It's actually hard to say because this game is actually like, for what it is, it's actually really solid. The physics are really good. The game is really fun. There's a lot of different race types, which is fantastic. It's not very long, which of course is also an issue that PGR3 has. And technically even Midnight Club 2 is only like 4 hours long, I think, if you don't count restarting races. Yeah, I think we're going to put Ford Racing 2 at the bottom of B rank. I think that sounds good to me. Yeah, honestly, a shockingly good one-make racing game. You don't get a whole lot of those. And the progression is interesting. You're basically going through and unlocking these cars to use in quick race mode, and you have to do a specific challenge, and it's a specific kind of challenge for each of them to progress, or to get them. And wow, that is very blown out. What was I recording with there? Probably just using the Xbox into Game Capture HD, into Game Capture HD 60, into computer. Yeah, the color looks off. But yeah, I think this is a cool game. It has a lot of interesting cars. A lot of cars I really like, because there's a lot of stuff like Gran Torino, which is always fun. And it looks good too. Like the graphics are actually shockingly good. Like it has a pretty good art style to it. There's some stuff I don't like about it, especially on the harder difficulties. But again, I think it's a solid enough experience. It's not Ford Racing 3 at least, which we'll get to in a second, I'm sure. But yeah, I think it was pretty fun. I did enjoy my time with Ford Racing 2. I enjoyed it as a kid, and I enjoyed going back to it, so it can definitely stay at the bottom of B rank. Next up is the next Call of Duty game. We're actually moving up a number, and talking about Call of Duty 2, which just because it has regenerating health, we're gonna put it under Halo. I don't think it's that interesting of a game still. Like, I don't remember much of it still. Like, I kind of halfway remember it, but that's probably also because I've watched other people play it more recently than COD 1. And also the way, like, if we go back here, the way the missions are set up is very odd, considering you can kind of go from like one country to another country, or you could go in order. It's definitely odd, but it does have regenerating health, like I said, and I think it is overall a better, like, more polished game than the first game or United Offensive were. Still don't think it was that great. I'm not a huge fan of World War II shooters, though, even though World at War is one I really like. But yeah, I think it was also better with like the set pieces and just the goofy, like crazy action stuff too than the first game. So I think it definitely deserves to be in C rank, just behind Halo, because I think Halo is more interesting, at least. The fact, like, it's the sci-fi aspect of Halo outdoes the historical aspect of Call of Duty 2. That's what I'm gonna say. Also, I like that you can't even see that this says Call of Duty 2. Whatever. Water time. All right. My throat just is not used to talking this much, I guess. Hope y'all, wherever you're watching this, are having fun watching this, and I'm actually being interesting enough to listen to. I don't know. I don't know what the reception of this is going to be. But next up, we have Burnout Revenge, which was the Xbox 360 version. Specifically, I should note that because it is a bit different from the PS2 and Xbox versions. And I played on the Xbox One, which didn't really change anything, but I played it there. And Burnout Revenge, I think I still like more than Burnout 3 and Paradise. I don't think I like it enough to put it in S rank, because it is a really good game, but I want to be more specific with my S ranks, and I think that all of these, like all the ones that are up there, absolutely deserve to be up there. I don't think Revenge deserves to be up there. So what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to put Burnout Revenge just behind Midnight Club 3 in A rank. Still a very fun game, of course. And, you know, it has crash mode, it has traffic checking, which I also really adore. What kind of quality did I upload this in? Oh, 1440. Look at that. And I also like the progression of Burnout Revenge more than Burnout 3, even though they're kind of similar, but they're kind of different. Speaking of yellow and piss, we have it here. EA in 2005 was all about the piss. They were pissing everywhere. And Burnout Revenge was no exception on that. Of course, one more that we'll get to in a bit was way worse, but we will get there in a bit. But yeah, I think the locations of Burnout Revenge are more interesting to me as well. Especially having like night races, which I don't think Burnout 3 had at all. Which I think is very cool. The star rating, I mean, it is cool because you have to kind of think of like, you have to keep up your combos basically, if you could call it that. And I don't know, I think it doesn't detract from the game. And of course, like the damage models and stuff like that, and of course being on the Xbox 360 definitely helps with visual clarity and whatnot. But yeah, I think Burnout Revenge is probably my favorite Burnout game, which I mean, it would kind of have to be, I think. So yeah, I think we'll leave it at that. Also, the crash cars, very cool. Very much a fan. The fucking Hardee's truck is very funny, too. So, yeah, Burnout Revenge, I think, absolutely deserves to be just under Midnight Club 3. I still think Midnight Club 3 is a better package of what you get in it, and, like, the amount of stuff you can do in it, and the amount of different stuff you can do. But I would still consider it better than Dirt 1. Alright, next up is another non-racing game, and that is Borderlands. The first Borderlands, specifically, I played the Game of the Year Enhanced version, which actually this says, you probably can't see it, but it says it. And I really like this game. And I've put, like, Borderlands 1 is my most played Steam game of all time, behind some other crap that doesn't really count because it's not really games. Fantastic game. I don't think it deserves to be in S rank, though. At this point, after playing it as much as I have, and playing through all the DLCs, and pretty much 100%ing almost everything, I did not care to do the Moxie DLC, because that shit's just... it's a slog, and I'm not a fan of it. I right-clicked by accident. I think it's a really good game still. You know what? I'm going to do something crazy again. We're going to put this just above Burnout Revenge. And I still think that Midnight Club 3 is a game... is generally a better game. Do I have more? Do we have more Need for Speed High Stakes? We do. Where was I? OBS. Yeah, I don't know. I do like the game a lot, but it definitely it feels aged in certain ways, and I would definitely consider Borderlands 2 to be better still, which of course I haven't played yet on video, but I have played it in general. So I think a high A rank for Borderlands 1 would be great. Of course, like the visual style is fantastic, and the game itself is still very fun. Like especially with the upgraded version, the enhanced version where you have the minimap and other very useful quality of life features. Love that. Absolutely adore that in this game, because the original one is harder to go back to because you have no minimap and a lot of quality of life stuff is just missing. So that definitely helps out a lot. And again, the style and like the story and everything is just so stupid, and it's great for that. And of course, all the guns and all that is always very fun too. So I do really still like Borderlands 1. It's just, it definitely gets old after a certain amount of time. Probably because I played it as much as I have, honestly. Like I said, I played 130 hours or something on the original version on PC, and then I played this version for 30 hours or whatever to do this playthrough. So might just be that, but yeah, I think a high A is good for Borderlands 1. And next up, we have our next Ford game, our next brand-specific game, and that is Ford Racing 3. Now, I don't think Ford Racing 3 is as good as Ford Racing 2. I'm just going to throw it out there. It's not bad, and it's not, like, a crazy amount different to Ford Racing 2, but it has a lot of, like... I care a lot less about what's going on in Ford Racing 3. It has a different career structure, but it does have the same, like, pick a car, do a challenge, get the car kind of thing as Ford Racing 2, but it's only for specific cars. And there's things like the camera's the FOV is super bad for some reason. Like, you cut off the bottom of the car in third-person view, which I will show off in a second, I'm sure, once I go back to the other tab. But yeah, I don't think it's as good as Ford Racing 2. You know what? I'm going to go crazy and throw this at the bottom of C rank, behind the two first-person shooter games. Ford Racing 3, there you are. It's much more forgettable, too. Even though there's more cars, there's more tracks, some of the tracks also just suck. Like, if we go to specifically, I think it's this one. This has some god-awful track design. Like, I don't know who thought that this physics engine with these kinds of tracks, with these kind of bumps, was good. Also, the physics are different, too. And I don't think they're quite as good, but you could tell that like the car is literally cut off at the bottom because the camera angle is just dumb. Which I think is really just a thing from widescreen, especially on the Xbox at least, the Xbox version. But yeah, like tracks like, I think actually this one's pretty fine. It is more so this track that kind of sucks. And like stuff like the boost, it's fun and fine, but it's like, it's very unnecessary and very just whatever. Like I don't really care about it. Like nothing makes me want to use boost besides winning. Like it's not like a fun aspect of the game. Oh, here we go. Here's the fun track. So we'll let this play out in the background while I yap a little bit more. And also putting a racing line event on this, where you have to stay on the line specifically. This track is awful. And the AI are even bad at it. I would say the track design is a way... Oh my god, that truck to the right just nearly flipped over. It's way worse off on track design than Ford Racing 2 was. One thing I didn't mention about Ford Racing 2 is that it has really good track design, believe it or not. This was developed by the same team at Razorworks, or most of the same team, I guess. It was 2 years later, I guess. And I don't know, it was very meh at best. And there were things like I said, the track design that's just not good. So I don't think it deserves to be very high on the list at all. Bottom of C, I think, is pretty okay for Ford Racing 3. And I never want to play it again, but I would consider playing Ford Racing 2 again. That's, you know, and I didn't even 100% this because I didn't do all of the challenges on hard difficulty. Even though it doesn't change anything, you still get the same cars, you just get a different badge or medal or something if you do it on hard. Anyways, yeah. I'd say bottom of C works for that, and just above the Fast and Furious stuff. Oh, here's a fun one coming up next. Road and Track presents the Need for Speed, the first Need for Speed game. I'm gonna put this below Midnight Club 1, because Need for Speed is rough to play in any year that isn't, or doesn't start with a 19.9, honestly. Like, by Need for Speed 3, it's so much better. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It's a fun game, and it's very, very much of the era, especially of the early 90s, because this game released in 90... I guess it was 94 originally on the 3DO. Very impressive for that time. Like, yeah, kind of rivaled Ridge Racer in arcades to an extent, because there were no real other 3D racing games at that point. Because Cruisin' hadn't come out yet, and other arcade games hadn't really... Well, Daytona had come out. Daytona USA, but that was Daytona USA. But Need for Speed brings you, you know, supercars and very fast cars of the era, and also having all of the information on the cars was also very fun. The track design of this game, not great, but a bigger issue of this game is the physics. I really don't like the physics of this game, and having to do everything with the face buttons because it is a launch title for the PS1, I think. I'm pretty sure it was, at least in America here. Yeah, some very cool stuff, but really much a very, 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 very dated game. But it did give us the series that we still kind of love today, depending on who you are. And it's so 90s. I love it. It is so 1993 or 1994. Something about that just has a ton of charm to it, which is definitely what is keeping it out of F tier. But there's like, I don't know, like 8 cars, something like that. Oh, this is the old playthrough. I probably shouldn't watch this one. I should probably watch a newer playthrough. Make sure I go back to where I was. I had issues with the emulator I was using on the original playthrough, so I definitely had to redo it. I wanted to redo it. And honestly, it doesn't look too bad. The art style is pretty good still, but everything is extremely low poly, as you could probably tell with just the car I'm driving here. And it's pretty much just like long race, then long race, then long race, then long race, then you've won. You're done with the game. And of course, there's also a fun... what is happening in the song? There's a fun bonus track, which is always cool to see. So... yeah, we will definitely put NFS1 there. What is happening in the song right now? How many more songs do we have left? We still got quite a few. We still got some time on high stakes music, which is nice. Water time, water break. But then the 90s stuff continues, because next up, we are going to talk about Need for Speed 2, the follow-up game to Need for Speed 1, of course. And do I want to consider this game better or worse than the first game? You know what? I'll call it better because I don't like the physics of either of these games. Need for Speed 1 is just very slow to respond, and also you have to you have to not use your brakes in NFS1 and slow down just by letting off the gas, or else you'll spin or hit a wall. That's pretty much how that works in NFS1. And then Need for Speed 2, they went kind of wacky with shit. So if we look at Need for Speed 2 here, especially like the final track, well, final quote-unquote track, which is Mystic Peaks, you could probably already tell that's a hell of a layout. But also, I played this game on PC, by the way. I played the PC version, which was different because of the game itself just didn't work on emulators at the time, or at least for me it didn't. But the physics of this game are very touchy, and it is so goddamn easy to flip your car. It is actually ridiculous. They're not good physics. Like, I don't know which I would consider worse at this point. The good thing about NFS2 is that you can use analog controls, but that's more so like on PC or if you emulate it, like I was doing for a little bit when I was working on stuff that I'm not working on anymore. Yeah, it's not a good game. Also, very difficult. Both of these games are very difficult, and the AI will absolutely demolish you if you make one mistake, which means you have to be really, really good at a game that hates you. So, yeah, I can also give this game credit for its track designs. They are very varied, and also, I don't know if I would consider like the elevation and whatnot better, but I would consider the visuals of the tracks to be more interesting. So, and there's also a bunch of interesting cars like the Ford Indigo concept. You can kind of see them here. We got the Ford GT90. I think that's the Ital design, whatever. I think that's a Jaguar, maybe? I don't remember. But yeah, some very interesting cars. Not just like a bunch of random new sports cars like the first game had. Well, new at the time. Like, there's a bunch of concepts and things which are really cool. But I don't think that will make me want to put it above Midnight Club 1. I don't think it's better than Midnight Club 1. So Need for Speed 2 will happily sit at almost the bottom of D rank. Water time again. We're making it there. We're almost like halfway, I think. Seems like it. Anyways, next up, we have yet another Need for Speed game in the list, and that is Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit. And as I kind of already talked about, this game was a huge improvement from the first two, just in the fact that it's playable, and the game doesn't hate you as much as it did in the older games. I don't think it's like amazing still. I think it's really good, and I also do have a little bit of nostalgia for this game because I did play it a little bit as a kid on like cousins' PS2 or PS1s. PS2 wasn't out by then, or it was close to, or everybody still had PS1s. I think this goes solid bottom of C. Or no. I'm gonna put this at the top of C actually. I think the other upcoming games are way better than this, but Need for Speed 3 was actually a really good game, and actually playing through it, I had a lot of fun with it. It was definitely still not easy, but it felt like a legitimate video game that you could have fun with. And once again, it does have a lot of good track designs, a lot of different interesting cars that weren't, well, some of them that weren't available in the previous games. Yeah, a much, much better game than previously. And it is pretty simple still, like the career mode, the actual, like, how you use the content is very simple. It's not even a career mode, it's a tournament of all the tracks you have to do. I think there was also a knockout mode that I didn't do on my playthrough, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I just kind of looked at the cheats and stuff in the last video. Oh, I didn't do the hard tournament either, did I? Damn. I did check out Hot Pursuit mode, which was also cool, that you could actually, like, be a cop or whatever, or not be a cop. You could run from the cops, and oh my god, that is a frame rate. But overall, much, much, much better game than the first two in so many ways, and I think it definitely deserves its position at the top. You know what, I might actually be a little crazy and put it at the bottom of B rank, because that was what I thought I was originally doing, was putting it right behind Ford Racing 2. But I was putting behind Ford Racing 3. So we're going to put it behind Ford Racing 2 in B rank because I think Ford Racing 2 is still a better experience and has aged a lot better than NFS 3. But NFS 3 is NFS 3, which helps a lot. Next up, we have High Stakes, another Need for Speed game. And this one was really good. Not my favorite Need for Speed game, but a very fun one. And we're also, at least on the stream here, we are listening to the music from it, which is very fun. I really like the music. And I think I'm going to put this game... We're going to put it just under Midnight Club LA Remix, under B rank. I think that's a pretty good spot for High Stakes. The thing about this game that's very fun is that it actually has a legitimate career mode, kind of like what you would see in, you know, any other game. Well, any other game you could think of today from like the PS2 era and on, kind of like Gran Turismo or Forza or whatever, where you have different events, you get money, you buy cars, stuff like that. That kind of simpleness. And once again, there was definitely upgrades in the visuals and the physics. I can definitely say that. And it's just fun to play. Like, there's a lot of fun aspects of this game. Also, there's damage to your cars you have to pay attention to. I think there is, at least in the PS1 version. Maybe. I know there is... Oh, there's also upgrades, apparently. I forgot about that. Here I am. My big-ass head. My big-ass... What was this, 2020 still? That's 2021. Just in the 2021. Yeah, the car list was really good. Also had a lot more variety in the car list too in this game compared to the previous games, which I always love. So yeah, really just all over a really good upgrade from all of the previous games, which all of these games kind of have been, except for, I guess, Need for Speed 2. But it's Need for Speed 2. So I think it definitely deserves its spot at almost the top of B rank. And next up, we do have Need for Speed Porsche Unleashed, which I think is definitely my favorite of all of the 90s, well, the PS1 era of Need for Speed games, because this was the last one that released on PS1. The PC version, of course, is very different, which, don't look at this picture. I don't have the PC version. I haven't played it yet. I will someday. And this picture is actually based off of a jewel case for the PC version, not the PS1 version, because I couldn't find a good one for the PS1 version. Yeah, I think I'm going to put this at the bottom of A rank. I think that's where we're going to put our last PS1 Need for Speed. I really liked Porsche Unleashed. I thought it was a lot of fun. It is, of course, a one-make game, which is... depending on how you look at it. But it actually does have a lot of variety, especially because... as you can see up here, well, more so like here, because this is all of like the almost like license tests of the game, which is a cool aspect. Now that's something that really hadn't been seen before, was like learning or training or whatever. But then you go through the classic era and you have a bunch of different cars that you have to use. Something like the 924 is super cool. Not something you see in racing games much at all, besides like Forza Motorsport 7 and I think like Horizon 5. But again, it does have a actual career mode, kind of like High Stakes, but you can't... One interesting thing about it is that you can't go back. Once you move from the classic era to the golden era, as you can see here, you cannot go back to the classic era. And the same, of course, goes for the modern era when you get to that. But I think that the way the events are laid out, and as long as maybe you can hopefully go into it knowing that you can't go back, yeah, it is very, very cool. And there are like so many different cars, race cars, Like, yeah, everything from a 914 and a 550 and a 356 up to a 917 or I think a 996 GT3 race car is available to drive in this game. So very, very, very cool. And I think, actually, do the tachometers change based off the car? Is that something that happens in this game? No. Maybe? Is that different? Hold on. Pause. Am I silly? Because this one actually had something different about it. It had like a red line thing of some sort. But I think the rest of it was the same. Yeah, the rest of it is the same. Well, not really, actually. They are different, but they're kind of in the same area. That's cool. Didn't really notice that before. Well, I probably did, but it's been 4 years since I played this game, so a little forgetful, you know. But also, I should mention that the physics of this game are also very fantastic. And it just feels good to play. It's just fun. Again, that's like kind of like the highest praise I can really give to any of the games on this list, is that they are just straight up fun to play. And this game kept me hooked pretty well throughout the entire thing. So definitely can recommend at least the PS1 version of Porsche Unleashed, and we will keep it at the bottom of A rank on my list here. All right, next up is the first Flat-Out game. Now, this is another interesting one because it's another one I think is very, very good, but it's also very, very short. I think I completed all of the actual racing in Flat-Out in like 4 hours? 3 hours or something? So even shorter than PGR3. But Flat-Out was such a different experience from like Project Gotham Racing 3 with everything. Of course, like the visuals, the types of cars you drive, how they handle. The handling is really, really good in Flat-Out 1. Like, I will give them that. The handling is extremely good. I think I'm going to put Flat-Out 1. You know what? I'm going to put it just above Ghostbusters here. And it really is a fantastic game. It has a ton of upgrades that you can do to the cars. The graphics are pretty decent for the time, at least in 2004. And of course, playing on PC definitely helps out with that nowadays. There's nitro. There's all of the stupid shit you can do with launching your driver out of it, which I didn't really do much of in the first game. I mostly had experience with that in the second game. I need more water. And yeah, it's a very good game. Also, the damage modeling, incredible for the time, especially. But just in general, like even nowadays, like it's obviously not BeamNG, but it is getting there, and that is simply amazing. And the racing just feels good too. Like facing off against the opponents feels good. The AI feels good to race against. It's a very, very solid game, but again, it is very, very short, unfortunately, and is kind of almost like more of a tech demo in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, it is a game, but it kind of has that tech demo feeling to it. So, Flat-Out, very much deserving of... I almost want to go higher with it, but I think I'm going to leave it there, at least for now. I will definitely go over the whole list later and kind of make sure that I have everything how I want it. But yeah, let's continue. Call of Duty 3 is the next one up. I really didn't like Call of Duty 3. That's what I remember about it. It's a Call of Duty game. I think the frame rate... You know what? Let's put Call of Duty 3... Oh, I should put it... Yeah, I should put it below the first games, not the second game. I really did not like Call of Duty 3. The performance was ass, first off. Like, how it ran. I played on 360, of course. I didn't even play it on the Xbox One, even though I had a 360 disc. And really, I just didn't care for anything about it, really. Like, it was still Call of Duty, so it was fine to play. And might have also been the fact that I had to play it on a console because there was no PC version of this game, which is kind of crazy for a game that started out as a PC series. The graphics are fine. Like, they're not amazing, but they are at least like a little higher depth than Call of Duty 2, since it is on a newer platform, of course. But really, I don't know. I just didn't care. I didn't think it was very fun. The hell was that? Oh, and it has quick time events. I forgot about that. That shit is ass. I don't like quick time events. So yeah, I think it's very deserving of being just below Call of Duty 1 in my playthroughs, because at least Call of Duty 1, like, at that point I was experiencing something new at the very beginning of the series that I'd never experienced before. By the time I played Call of Duty 3, it's like I've already played 1, United Offensive, and 2, so I'm like, yeah, World War II, it's there. Actually, you know what? Midnight Club 1 deserves to be over Call of Duty 3. I'm making that executive decision. We're making it. We're getting there. I don't even know how many I've done so far out of how many. Well, this is 14, so it's 14, 28, 42... 54? I'm not even halfway yet. Goddamn. Alright, I might kind of just rapid fire stuff from here on out and just kind of rank them more so. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2 on the PlayStation 2. You can't see it, but this is the PlayStation 2 version. The Xbox version is somewhere down here with more of the full cover art, like front and back. Oh, it's right there. I see it. But anyways, Hot Pursuit on PS2, very good. I am going to put this... I'm going to put it above Midnight Club LA, but below Burnout 3. The thing about Hot Pursuit 2 on the PS2 even is that it does get very repetitive. That is like the one real downside to it, is that it gets really, really repetitive. And there's not a whole lot of cars to use, so you're using the same cars and the same tracks a lot. But a very, very, very good game. Like, if you haven't played the PS2 version specifically of Hot Pursuit 2, you definitely should. It is incredibly good. I don't know why I clicked on that video. It's a fucking cop video. I don't really want to watch that. Let's go for this one. A lot of interesting cars too, like the Holden Coupe, I think this is, or HSV Coupe, something. Australian car, by the way. Very cool. And also fantastic visuals for the time, of course. This is actually on real hardware. I was not emulating this one. I kind of learned my lesson, and by that I mean I stopped using emulators as much and started using actual hardware. And I don't know, it's just a really good game. It feels really good. The extreme physics, of course, fantastic. The regular physics, not fantastic. Would definitely recommend the extreme ones. Everything looks great. Everything is super detailed. Surely this won't change for the Xbox version, right? Foreshadowing. But yeah, fantastic game. So much work and effort, and just love putting this game by Black Box as their first game for Need for Speed, and it shows why they ended up being the main developer of Need for Speed after this. It's very, very obvious. Very good game. Definitely would recommend playing 100%, but it does lack some depth. It's not like your customization or anything like that. It is a very simple and straightforward game, but it is a very good, simple and straightforward game. And that is Hot Pursuit 2 on the PlayStation 2. Next up is Grand Theft Auto 3. My first actual Grand Theft Auto playthrough on video. I had some fun with this one. Didn't think it was the best game I've ever played, but it was fun. It was definitely different from everything else I've ever played. Still pretty much different because I still haven't played another GTA game. Not like the most captivating or like impressive game I've played. Like, you know, I'm talking about Hot Pursuit 2 and how amazing it was, and then a year before that there was GTA 3, and I'm just like, I think the top of C rank works for me on Grand Theft Auto 3. I do think it's a really good game, and it has a lot of interesting stuff in it. It's just, it also has very much aged too. Like, it is definitely a game that is aged 100%. I did play it on PC with a few mods that made the quality of life just a little bit better. But yeah, I don't think the gameplay was that amazing in a lot of ways. And again, this probably could also be from the fact that I played GTA 3 as a kid with my cousin on his PS2, or his brother's PS2 at the time, I guess it was. And I didn't care that much for it then. I just thought it was cool because it was a GTA game. And then I actually got GTA 4 later on. So that has probably ruined my viewpoint on like any of the older GTA games. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe the stories of some of the other ones like Vice City or San Andreas might captivate me more. This story was also kind of like, it's cool, but it's like, eh. It's not an amazing story. So, yeah. I think GTA 3 being at the top of C rank definitely works for me. Right next to Halo, that feels right to me. I like that this C rank is 3 non-racing games and Ford Racing 3. And next up, we have Test Drive Unlimited 2. Very much not as good as the first game in any way. The only thing like that would be better is the fact that they add another map and also still had Hawaii or Oahu available. And also the fact that there's weather and off-road racing. Those are pretty much the only positives I can give the TDU2 over TDU1. Everything else, not quite as great. The physics, not quite as great. The career structure, not nearly as great. Like I said, I didn't really care for TDU1's progression. I really don't care for TDU2's progression. I don't think it's bad, but I don't... It's not... It's more story-based, and I'm not that big of a fan of that. I'm not a huge fan of story being, like, a huge focus in racing games. So, and that's why I kind of like Midnight Club 3, like, the story is, like, very in the background. Like, I barely remember what the actual story of Midnight Club 3 is. There is a story, believe it or not, and Midnight Club LA is also the same. And of course, you can tell all the games on the top are buy car, race car, win money for the racing games. Like I said, Portal 2 and Half-Life Alyx, fantastic stories. But TDU2, I really don't know where to put TDU2. I don't think it was that bad. I don't think it's C rank, but I don't think it's above B rank either. You know what? I'm gonna put TDU2... We're gonna put it between Midnight Club 2 and Ghostbusters. Because again, like, there are some parts that are of it that are legitimately better. But there's a lot that I don't really care for. And the progression is definitely one of those things. Not the biggest fan of that. Also, like, I don't really care about all the character customization. I just kind of did it just because. I didn't think it was that captivating or interesting. This was when I was playing on the PC version. Look how smooth that is. Schmooze. Yeah, the story is also just... It almost detracts from TDU2. Like, that's how bad the story of TDU2 is that it detracts me liking the game. Like, how much I like it. It's got some cool stuff, though. It is still more of Test Drive Unlimited, that's for sure. And... yeah, it's just... I've spent so many hours in this game, and not even including the fact that I played the PC version for like 40 hours before I started playing the Xbox 360 version, just because the PC version is so bad. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very torn because I do like this kind of game, but I like it as like a dicking around, cruising around in cars with a steering wheel plugged in or something game. Not as a, I want to progress all the way through this game 100% it kind of situation. So we will leave it in the middle of B rank. I think that definitely works for TDU2. Next up is an interesting one. I'll have to think about this one a little bit. Need for Speed Underground 1. Now, unlike Burnout, I think Need for Speed games are better as open world games. Just gonna throw it out there. Burnout, I think the opposite. Which is, again, why Paradise is lower than 3 and Revenge. I'm gonna grab a drink of water while we're sitting here. Ugh. Good water. Yeah, Need for Speed Underground. Very good on some fronts. But again, I personally don't have that much interest in the closed circuit style of Underground 1. Because you can still get that, and you still will get that in the newer games, just alongside open worlds. Nothing really got detracted from Underground to other games that have open worlds. I don't think it's that. I don't know. And there's like the AI issues, the rubber banding issues. You know what? I'm going to put this... It does have some merit, but I'm going to put it between GTA 3 and Halo 1. That is my official ranking of Underground 1. Like the customization is fantastic. The general vibes of the game are fantastic. It's not like it's not fun. The physics are pretty good, except for the fact like sometimes you get a car and then your car just goes like to space. Not a huge fan of that. Whenever it's like I shouldn't have went to space. The car selection is fine. It's not amazing, but again, by 2003 standards, well, PGR2 would release in 03 and had a lot more cars and a lot more interesting cars, but no customization. So yeah, I think I feel confident giving this game that ranking. Also, the story is just corny. I'm like, again, I'm not a racing game story person. There's a funky physics in the game. I'm not a racing game story person at all, but especially don't really care about this game. Not as bad as TDU2's, but I think the rest of the game is worse than TDU2. Like the rest of the aspects of the game. So it will stay a little under the top of a C rank. Next up, Auto Modelista. And this is another interesting one because on one hand, the physics aren't that great. I will just go ahead and say that the physics of Auto Modelista, US tuned at least, are not great. But the rest of the game is like actually so good. There's not much of it. It is another kind of like PGR3 situation, except for PGR3 actually has good physics. Where there's just not a lot of ways to use the stuff besides like just quick race mode. Which makes it really hard to rank this. Because I think like almost everything about Auto Modelista, except for the physics, is really good. And maybe the length of the game. Oh, I'm so conflicted. You know what? Since I mentioned PGR3, and this is also kind of like a bunch of short games together, we'll put it just below PGR3. Just because I can't put a game with bad physics too high. Like, I just can't do that. Like, everything above this point, I would consider to have at least good or decent physics. Even TDU2. Like, I don't like the physics of TDU2 that much, but they're still decent. And there is also just so much more to TDU2. And you can live with the physics of TDU2. This game, not so much. It still has way more going on than Ford Racing 2. So that's a good reason why I'm putting it over that. And we can look at some of the stuff in here. Never give me access to a keyboard in any video game. I will make stupid shit. But yeah, this game has like a bunch of customization that you can do to all the different cars, including body kits and like painting and engine stuff, of course. That's funny, it shows the engine size, or the engine code. But also the style of this game is literally unmatched by any other game. And really, I don't think the physics, I don't think the physics are good, but I don't think they're as bad as other people say either. I'm just going to throw that out there. That might be a hot take, but I don't think they're... You can learn how to deal with the physics. Let's just look at the style of this game. And this is upscaled, and like you can barely tell because the game is so stylized in such a good way that it transcends resolutions. It's so good. I honestly, I really liked Automatalista. Again, I can't put it that high in the list just because of the physics, but... And also the AI just being literally brain dead because they were like, the game's too hard, so what do we do? Or no, the game was too easy for the Japanese market when it originally released. And so I lost my music. Oh, that is all the music. What about 3 soundtrack? We will do Need for Speed 3 now. But yeah. I don't know. This is a very... I'm very torn on how to rate this game. Because, like... Yeah. I'll just leave it as it is. You'll just know, or have to know, that I think that the style of it is amazing. It's just the core gameplay and the physics not there. And speaking of the core gameplay and physics not being there, Rally Sport Challenge 1 for the original Xbox... I really don't like the physics of this game. And unlike Automatalista, it doesn't have that much in the way of other redeeming qualities with like style or substance even. I think Rally Sport Challenge, I think we're going to have to give it a D. I don't think it's that bad, but I would probably consider it just worse than Midnight Club 1. It does have a decent amount of content. It does have a decent amount of rally stages, and those are well-designed rally stages and decent, like, the cars look nice, and, like, that aspect of the game, the content aspect is perfectly fine for 2002 when it released, especially, like, having a... This game has a fucking GTR, a Nissan Skyline R34 GTR in it. I don't think another game has had a rally Skyline GTR ever. Well, at least an R34 that I know of. But the physics just aren't good. Because, like, the problem with this game is that you're either having extreme understeer or extreme oversteer, and there's almost no in between. And also, the difficulty is ridiculous. And that is putting it extremely lightly. The difficulty on the easy difficulty is literally just... It's so hard. But again, the game looks amazing too. Especially again, for being an early Xbox game. The graphics look actually amazing. Of course, not as good as the other game that we'll talk about that is related to this one. But yeah, it's just... It's hard because it's yeah. Like, yeah, you can see the physics just don't really make sense in this game. And I hate that because the rest of the game is actually really good. Again, not quite as in-depth as something like Automatalista, so I can't put it nearly as high as Automatalista, but what it does have is at least decent, which I could also say about Midnight Club 2, or Midnight Club 1, and the Fast and Furious Forza thing. Yeah, I think that middle of D works for Rally Sport Challenge 1. And next up, we have Need for Speed Underground 2, the sequel to Underground 1, of course. And this game, I think, improves on a lot, but also does some things even worse. I know I'm not the first person to say this, and I won't be the last. This game drags on after you do, like, I don't know, let's say, like, 8 to 10 hours of gameplay or of progression through Need for Speed Underground 2. It drags on so hard. But the thing is that everything else is really, really, really good, in my opinion. I love the open world. I love the racing. I love the different kinds of racing. I don't love drag racing. Never mind. Actually, just for drag racing existing in Underground 1, it goes below Halo. I fucking hate Need for Speed drag racing so much. I'm glad I'm past pretty much all of it. I'll have to do a little bit more in some random spin-off games, I think, and kind of halfway in NFS 2015, but that's whatever. But Underground 2, definitely way better than Underground 1, in my opinion. And including the fact that I think the physics are better. The customization is so much more in-depth in Underground 2. It is insane how much customization there is in Underground 2. It is probably the most customization options I've ever seen in a video game. But yeah, unlike Midnight Club 3, this game just drags on for way too long. And some of the stuff is dumb. You have to do, like I said, drag races are pretty awful, but that's like whatever. But like the having to get stars on your car by installing visual upgrades, and you are forced to do this to progress through the game. Not the greatest idea. It is not bad, but it should have been more of an extra thing than an integral part of the career, in my opinion, at least. So I definitely won't be giving this anywhere near like Midnight Club 3 rating. But you know what? I think Underground 2 could be a solid between Midnight Club LA and Burnout Paradise kind of game. Because I really do still like Underground 2, and I would play it again. Well, I wouldn't 100% it again, but I would play it again. And I actually have a little bit on Xbox just to dick around with it. So yeah, I think middle of A works for Underground 2. I feel like a lot of my takes are going to be controversial. And also, like, I know the balancing of cars is a little not great in this game. Like, the fact that the A86 is literally busted and will just destroy everything if you install all the current upgrades on it, but something like the Supra will actually struggle because it's just heavier. But they're still technically in the same tier, class, or whatever? I don't know. Actually, there are no tiers in this game, are there? So it's more so just... Yeah, and also it's funny that the earlier car would be better than the later car. So, still a very good game. I would definitely recommend playing it. I don't know if I'd recommend going for the 100% though. Like, if you can make it through the career without going too crazy in depth, that's probably all you really need to experience of Need for Speed Underground 2, on consoles at least. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. More water time. I legitimately did not think this was going to last this long. Also, I never checked to make sure that I'm recording... Oh, that was the end of the song, okay. I think... Yeah, I am... Oh god, do I have... Hold on. I have no space. Okay, and after moving some files around, still moving them, but mostly good enough by now. So we will continue on with the rankings. And the next one up is a very, actually, what was the last one I talked about? Was it Underground 2? I guess it was Underground 2, which I think I yapped about enough. So, Need for Speed Most Wanted 2005. Some of you might know, I'm not the biggest fan of this game. I'm mostly still soured on the fact that I played the Xbox 360 version first, which apparently other people don't realize that is buggy and worse rubber banding and it runs like shit, and it's just not a great game on that console. But I played through this game on the PC version for this video series, and it was okay. I don't think it was amazing, but it was pretty okay. Probably like between, we'll put it between high stakes and flat out. That's how okay Most Wanted 05 is for me, to be honest with you. I'm not a big fan of the game still. Oh, music probably is too loud for the stream. I apologize. Yeah, it's still not the biggest fan of it. I don't think the story is fantastic, believe it or not. And also, like, everything else about it is kind of eh. Like, it's okay. And it's definitely a downgrade from, like, at least, like, the customization of Underground 2. Actually, where did I put Underground 2? Do I agree with... Yeah, I think I agree with this, actually, still. Rockport's a decent city. Yeah, it's Rockport. Not my favorite. I already can't think of the name of fucking Underground 2's. It's like... Oh, it's Bayview. Yeah. I think Bayview is a little bit better and has better vibes to it. And this was the other piss one I was talking about. But funny enough, you could turn off the piss on the PC version, which I did because I don't care for it, as mentioned previously. It still looks very brown and yellow because that's just how the game is. Like, that's how the textures are in the game, not just the post-processing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not... I don't care that much about Most Wanted 05. I didn't play it when it was new. I played Carbon, and I do still think Carbon is a better game because of multiple reasons I will talk about when I talk about Carbon soon. But this isn't a bad game. I would never consider Most Wanted 05 a bad game unless you're playing on the 360. It's just nothing particularly special to me because I played it after its heyday, probably. There's some cool things like the toll booth checkpoints are pretty cool. I do like that aspect. Hate that drag races came back in this game. Fucking terrible. The car list is fine. The customization is fine. It's not as great as Underground 2, as mentioned. And yeah, I don't know. And I care a lot less about like the supercar aspect of Most Wanted compared to the tuner car focus of Underground 2. That is something that doesn't really get brought up often, but yeah, there's a lot more like supercars than there are tuner cars. Well, I think there might be a similar amount of tuner cars in this game compared to Underground 2, but there's also a lot of supercars that you end up getting higher or later in the game. So I don't really care that much about that myself. But yeah, it's a fine game. I think the R rating is pretty whack, but then again, it is in Underground 2 as well. I will 100% admit that. And yeah, I think it's a good game, but I don't think it's that much better than like average. Yeah, I'm gonna piss some people off with that probably. So yeah, it will go, where did I put it? Oh yeah, put it right below High Stakes, because I think High Stakes has more personality that I personally like, at least. Again, this is very opinionated. This is my opinions on all these things. I should have mentioned that a long time ago, but you definitely know that this is my opinion on these things. And next up, we have the Ford Mustang, The Legend Lives video game. I played on PS2, but I also have it on Xbox. It's probably worse on Xbox because the widescreen is not as good, but everything else is identical. Besides the fact that also it doesn't run in 480p on PS2, but it does on Xbox. But this game, I think it's pretty good. I don't think it's amazing, but I think it's a top of C tier kind of video game. That's where I'm going to go with that. I did play it on the original hardware. I played it on a PS2. As you could probably tell from when I click on this video footage, you could probably tell that it's definitely 480i upscaled to fucking 1440p in this instance. And I do like this because Mustangs are a car that I am interested in, so therefore I enjoy the car list of this game, especially because it has a lot of unique special editions and all kinds of other fun stuff that you wouldn't necessarily see, like a notchback Fox body Mustang. I don't really know of any other games that have a notchback Fox body Mustang at all. So that is cool to have, which is also true for the car list of the other Ford games too. They were, of course, more varied because they weren't just Mustangs. But yeah, there's a bunch of fun stuff. You can do these kind of slalom races. There's, of course, normal races. There's time attacks. Pretty solid amount of stuff to do. I think it took me like... I can actually look to see. How long did it take me to complete this game? Like total hour time. This. Because I keep track of this because, of course, I do. I'm a fucking nerd. This game took me 5 hours to complete. Just over 5 hours. And honestly, I think that's a pretty good, pretty solid amount of time to spend on a game like this. The physics are fine. It's a Eutechnics game, so it's okay. It's a Eutechnics game from the mid-2000s, I should say. I don't know if that includes Pimp My Ride or not. I've never played Pimp My Ride. I've only watched people play it. But yeah, I think it's a pretty good game. I think it's a pretty good one-make game that's pretty basic, but pretty good at the things that it does do. So, yeah, we will leave that at the top of C rank. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't... I don't think I would consider it better than Ford Racing 2, still. It's very middle of the road, for sure. And next up is something that is really not in the middle of the road, and that is Lotus Challenge. Or Motor Trend Presents Lotus Challenge, as it's called here in the US at least. This was a one-make game that I didn't particularly like. It's not Ford Racing 1. It's not like down here. But it's not very good. And the physics aren't very good. The car list is... I think the car list is actually pretty decent. It's probably pretty similar to something like Ford Racing 3 for the amount of cars that it has. I have to get more water. I have to drink more water. But yeah, I would consider the physics a massive downgrade. And the progression is strange. There's like a story mode, but there's like 2 story modes that you follow 2 different people or something. It's a very strange game. I didn't think it was amazing, but I didn't think it was terrible. But I would probably put it somewhere around like... Yeah, I'd probably put it just below Horizon 2 Fast and Furious, because it's just... It's not that interesting either. Like, yeah, you have Jack's Challenge and Zoe's Challenge, which are just like entire like self-contained career modes of sorts that took an hour and 20 minutes each, roughly. There's some neat cars. You got the Lotus Carlton and stuff. Of course, it's all Lotuses because it's Lotus Challenge. And stuff like the... Oh, yeah, you could tell the physics are... And the camera... What is the camera doing? It was just looking up the car's ass, apparently. The physics aren't great. And having the difficulty or the... difficulty up or the assists off is basically impossible. I would be impressed if I ever saw somebody complete the game. Like some races, the cars are slow enough that it doesn't really matter that much. But a lot of the races, especially once you start getting into cars that aren't the slowest cars in the game, the physics just throw you into walls. Like, hold on, if I look at like... yes, here we go. So you're randomly kind of thrown around. I didn't really pick a specific path to go through this. I just kind of went through things as they came up. And you can see here, this is with the damage on and the assists off. And we can just see what happens here in a second. The physics go insane, but also at some point, yeah. So I hit a wall there, and suddenly I don't have a front right wheel. Yeah, and like not hitting the walls, especially on tracks like this where it's just walls next to the road, basically impossible. Like, I would legitimately be impressed if somebody could make it through this game with the damage on and the difficulty up. Not me, 100%. I did make it to that point with having damage on though, so I guess that's something. I guess that was the fastest cars in the game. I forgot this game is really short too. It's like, I don't know, like 5 hours long or something. A lot of these games are kind of like that. So I think putting it... Actually, you know what? I don't think it deserves to be above Rally Sport Challenge 1. We're going to put it just above Need for Speed 2, because it is controllable. Which Need for Speed 2 is barely controllable. Yeah, we'll put it there instead. I think that works a lot better. Alright, and next up we have the original ATV Off-Road Fury. Now I'm working through the second game, and I will not let things that have happened in that game sway my opinion on the first one, because that would just be dumb. This game is pretty decent. It is very much a first game in a series, and it also doesn't have that much to do or to unlock or anything in general. It's more so like a dick around kind of game than a progression kind of game, because I think I finished all the progression in like less than 4 hours. But everything that is there is really good though. Like the physics, the graphics, the quads, all that is actually pretty good. But again, it's another kind of like Ford Racing 2-esque game, but probably almost worse. Because unless you're a real four-wheeler fanatic, the average person is going to be like, yep, that's a four-wheeler. Yep, that's a four-wheeler. Yep, that's a four-wheeler too. So, in my opinion, I would probably put this game just under Mustang myself, in the top of C. Like, it is good. It has really good physics. It is fun to play. Like, all the career mode that it has is pretty fun. It's just over extremely quick. Like if you look at my full playthrough, this is all of the progression in the game. 10 minutes, hour 20, 45 minutes, 25 minutes. It's like 3 hours. There's not a lot to do. And it is literally 2 things that make up most of it. So, yeah, not something I would probably go back to play again. But again, I am working through the second game. I will include that on a future list, I guess. I guess I'll have to keep this too. Should have saved this whole tier list so I could reuse it in the future and add new games to it. Well, we'll figure that out when we get there. But yeah, I think this game is fun, but just pretty bare bones. That's pretty much how I feel about ATV Off-Road Fury 1. Next up, we have Need for Speed Carbon. I still think to this day that this is my favorite Need for Speed game, which isn't really saying much considering the highest I've put a Need for Speed game so far is Hot Pursuit 2 on the PS2 in the middle of A class, or A rank. But I'm going to put Carbon... You know what? I'm going to put Carbon between the Forza games. I think... You know what? Actually, no. I'm going to put it above Forza 1, because while I was like, oh yeah, I did start playing through Forza Motorsport 1 again, and I'm really enjoying it, and I'm like, oh, this is like my second full playthrough or whatever. I've played through Carbon like 10 times, and I still want to play it again. Like, it's that good. It definitely has its issues. It's definitely of its era, and it's also very blue. You know how most wanted was white? Well, Carbon is blue. That is the difference between the games. One is warm, one is cold. I also turned down what I think it's called the visual treatment in this playthrough as well. So you don't really notice it, but you can notice like the floor, like everything is purple in the background pretty much. Also, the PC port for this game kind of fucking sucks. Like you can kind of mod it to be okay, but then you'll still get crashes and all kinds of other weird shit happening. So yeah, I think this game is definitely very fun still, and a very, very good Need for Speed game, especially if you play it on like a console, even like the PS2, Xbox, Wii, GameCube versions. Probably pretty good still. Well, the Wii version, I don't know. I've played it, and the control scheme isn't that great. It's not Pro Street on the Wii, but it's close. So, oh, this was the boss races. I didn't even realize that. And also the challenge series is cool. Like the challenge series in this game. Don't like that in Most Wanted. I've tried to play it. I didn't even try to play it for my playthrough that I did because it's so bad that I did not want to hate myself that much by playing through the challenge series. This one is fun. It has a bunch of different stuff to do, and it's actually just fun. Everything is doable too. So yeah, I think Carbon definitely deserves to be where it is in the middle of S tier. Very, very good game. Definitely not my favorite game ever, but it's good. And also I think it's like a perfect length too. Like if you 100% everything in Carbon, well, except for maybe some of the reward cards, you're looking at like 8 to 10 hours, which is great. Like 8 to 10 hours is great for a racing game. Like for Forza, it's a little bit different, but like for something that's more open world and less sim less sim focused. Not saying that Forza is, but it's more that style of game. Yeah, like 10 hours is a great time, which a lot of these games are. Midnight Club 3 was, Dirt was, Burnout 3 and Revenge were, Midnight Club LA was, Underground 2 was like 20-something hours, so no, it doesn't count. Yeah, I think it definitely deserves middle of S tier. Next up, we have a Corvette 50th anniversary. This is yet another one make, one model game, kind of like Mustang. But I actually think this might be a little bit of a hot take. I don't think it's much better than Mustang, but I do think Corvette is better than Mustang because the vibes are better. You really feel like you're a Corvette person playing this game. The music, the visuals, the way the game exists, the characters, because there's characters that you can technically choose and also race against in Corvette. It's very fun. There are some aspects of it that I don't really care for. Things like the endurance races, which are kind of cool, but pretty fucking useless. Like, I don't know why you put endurance races in a very arcadey game about Corvettes. And of course, again, it does have only Corvettes. Like, I don't think you'd be surprised by that. But again, it does have a lot of kind of weirder models, obscure models. It has I think every single year of Corvette from 1953 until 2003 is shown or is in this game in some way, which is really fucking cool. And there's also some special models, and yeah, it's just, I don't know, it gives off a good vibe. There are some weird spots, like there's the characters, but there's no character depth. They're literally just named NPCs that you can play as or race against. They have no information other than their name and their look, I guess. And there's also sometimes cops in some of the races, and they're either brain dead or extremely annoying, and there's no in between. Weird, a little bit of weird decisions, but I think it's fun. I don't know. I really like the way that everything is laid out in this game too. Like, it's very strange, but once you realize that you just do everything, it's actually pretty cool. The more weird part about it is that it's definitely on the longer side, but again, it has 3.5 hours worth of endurance races to do. And I don't know, I feel like the vibes of the tracks are good. The tracks are all very different from each other, which I really like. He's got stuff like airplanes around this one. And the physics are decent. I wouldn't call them amazing, but they are decent and definitely fine for a arcadey racer like this. So yeah, I actually really like Corvette. It definitely drug on a little bit, especially after the endurance races, but that was because of the endurance races mostly. So anyways, we move on to our next one, R Racing Evolution, which, if you like stories in your racing games, you're really gonna love or hate this game, depending on how you take the story. It's something. Once again, a case where the physics are not great. Not a huge fan of the physics in R Racing Evolution. I've heard it's better with a wheel, but you can't play the Xbox version with an actual wheel. You can use a Mad Catz MC2. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could. it's an interesting game. And the way the career is laid out is it's kind of a mission-based thing. It's like kind of like a Call of Duty, actually, where you have a cutscene, you actively go out and do something, and then there's another cutscene, and it's like, you did it, good job. It's very strange to be in a racing game like that. I love drinking water. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know where to put this game exactly, because I don't think it's bad. The story is pretty stupid. Kind of interesting. Nah, vaguely interesting, but mostly stupid. So, with questionable physics, the cars are interesting. There's a lot of interesting cars. There's like Monaco. You can race on Monaco in our Racing Evolution. But then there's also the fact that there's a career. And there's like, excuse me, by the way, there's like an event list. Think of like Forza Motorsport 4 or 3, maybe, if you can. Just like a list of events to do. But then, like that many events too. Not even joking. Like this game actually takes like 20 hours to 100%, but it takes like 2 hours to get through the career. And it's just random races. And you have to get like a gold medal on all of them, or in hard difficulty or something. The difficulties are also kind of dumb. Didn't really like hard difficulty. It is legitimately hard, but it's because the physics suck. I'm gonna put it just below Forza Horizon 2 Fast and Furious. The main things that are saving it is the fact that it has the story and the characters and at least some sort of style to it. I do appreciate that. Everything else, not really a huge fan of. I think that's a pretty good spot for it. Like, it's far from the worst game I've played, but it's very far from the best. And there's also a lot of different... I somehow managed to click on the fucking shower scene instantly. Yes, there is a shower scene, too. Oh my god, Bear Woman back. It's crazy. But you could probably also tell from this video that the physics are not very good. And also, turning off the assists is basically suicide. So I wouldn't recommend doing it. But also stuff like there's like voice lines in the middle of the races. It can be kind of interesting. But for the most part, it's like not that much. It's a little interesting. So I'm perfectly content with it being at the top of D tier. I like that C tier is like the lowest used one, except for F tier. F tier is just the stinkers. Like, that is the shit that stanks, you know? It takes a lot to be an F tier for me. As long as the game is playable and it has some interesting aspect, even if it doesn't matter, like it's not the physics or anything, I'll probably not put it in F tier. Alright, next up we have the first Forza Horizon. This game. I'm in a very... Well, not very complicated, but like... I don't know what to think about this game nowadays in a couple of ways, because the game itself is great. And the amount of hype that I had back in 2011 or 2012 that it was revealed. The amount of hype I had whenever Horizon was revealed was insane. Like, I've never been that hyped up for a video game before or after this in my life. And it delivered. It honestly delivered. It is a fantastic video game. But I've 100%ed the game twice, and I played through it, not 100%ing it the first time I played through it back in 2012. And it definitely has worn me out on it. It's nowhere near bad, of course. But it's not a game I would jump to replay nowadays. It's not like Need for Speed Carbon, where I could just be like, oh, I'm going to make a new profile on Carbon on PS3 this time? Hell yeah! No. I don't know if I'll ever actually do much of any progression in Forza Horizon 1 ever again in my life. Maybe, I don't know, 10 years down the line or something, but it only has so much to it. I've seen everything it has to offer. It doesn't have that many cars. It's an interesting song. Like, it has a decent amount of cars. I will take that back. But also the fact that a lot of cars are DLC that were cars that were in earlier games that were paid. You have to pay to get those in Horizon. That was a little fucking ridiculous. But I'm also not trying to talk about this in a sense of back in 2012. I'm talking about it now. But yeah, there's like 100 and... I don't know, I think there's like 140 cars overall with DLC in this game. It's not bad. Like, there's games up here that have way less cars in this game. But, I don't know, I feel like it's a thing where I've seen everything. And by the time I was finished playing it, which was a 25 hour long playthrough, I think, or something like that. It wasn't super long, but it was definitely longer than a lot of other like open world racing games. Not TDU2 though. Yeah, it's still very good. You know what? I still have more urge. You know what? I actually will probably put this... I'll put it between Burnout Revenge and Dirt. Because, like... I think that Forza Horizon has more than both these games, but I would rather play Burnout Revenge again than Horizon again. And Dirt's kind of in that same spot now where I'm like, I've played everything. I've seen everything it has to offer. And it's like, I can't really change that up, and it doesn't... It's good, but it's not continuously interesting to me. If that makes any sense. Like, I can't just keep going into it expecting new things. But yeah, Horizon's cool because it has all like the stuff like the PR stunts, which I clicked on this video that has. There's a lot of different stuff to do, which is pretty cool. Of course, you can discover all the map, you can do all the races, do the street races, do the showcases. There is technically a lot to do, but a lot of the things don't last very long. Like this stuff, like 10 minutes and 39 seconds for this entire PR stunt thing. And there's like 5 of these? 4 or 5, I think. So it's, I don't know, it's also a lot less of that and a lot more of the racing, which is not a bad thing, but like there are so many races in this game, and that is like 20 of the 24 hours, I think. Well, maybe not that much, maybe like 16. And then the street races are racing, but at night, basically, with different checkpoints. Still way better than Horizon 2 on the 360, I can tell you that much. But, oh, the bowler was in FH1. I didn't realize that. Huh, I forgot. And here I am driving it. And of course, there's also the fact that the map is super restrictive too. That is a legitimate issue with this game. Even Test Drive Unlimited 1 had a way more open map than Horizon 1. But of course they fixed that in Horizon 2, and technically kind of in Horizon 2 on 360, but you will have a bad time if you try and cut the course usually. Or you'll just demolish the AI because of it. Yeah, it's... The sole reason that it's going in A tier is because I don't see any replayability in Horizon anymore. Even Borderlands, like I could play it co-op with people, and it would be a ton of fun that I haven't experienced since 2011 or something. I have something I could do in that game now, even after I've finished it. Horizon, not at all. I am so over that game. It's a good game, but I'm over it. So that is where that will stack up. I just dropped so much water on my pants. It's fine. Anyways, we move on to our next game, which is another beautiful mid-2000s Eutechnyx game, and that is Ford versus Chevy. Another manufacturer-specific game, kind of, because it's 2 manufacturers. It's Ford versus Chevy. This game is weird, mainly because the career mode is split. You either play Ford career, where you drive all Fords against Chevys, or you play a Chevy career, where you do the opposite. And I don't think it's great, because pretty much all of the races and all of the events in general and everything in general is identical between the two. But you technically have to restart the game and make a new save if you want to technically 100% it, which is what I did, of course, because I'm fucking insane. Honestly, the game is not too bad. It feels like Mustang. It has a solid feel to it. The car list is actually pretty interesting. There's things like a Monte Carlo SS that I've never seen in any other game, like an early 2000s one. A Chevy Equinox you can drive. Chevy Impala SS from the early 2000s. And I forgot there's something interesting on Ford's side, but I forgot what it was. So I'm going to put this... I don't think it's as good as Mustang. I'm probably going to put it actually between Need for Speed Underground 1 and Call of Duty 2. Because it is over quick. It's over quicker than Ford Racing 3. That game takes like 2 to 3 hours longer to complete. Even though you only race Fords in it. But it's just, it doesn't make any sense too, because like, it's like they had ideas to put in Ford versus Chevy, like a point system that you get points and upgrades for the cars. But then it's not even utilized. Like, by the time you do all of the races in each specific section of the game, which you cannot go back to once you go past, by the way, you have to keep going if you move to the next one. You cannot backtrack at all. But you get these points as you're racing, and you have upgrades to buy, which makes sense, and more cars to buy too, because there's like, I don't know, 20 cars maybe in the entire game. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that might be high. But then the game's like gives you like enough races to buy like barely one car, if even one more car, and then you have to either stay back and grind, and then also when you move to the next section, you automatically don't have access to whatever cars it was, because they're all like different classes of cars like throughout the entire game. Each section of the game has different classes of cars. It's just very weird, and it's like, it's very much missed opportunities of actually doing something cool and good. And like, they tried to keep it in, but they just kind of fucked it up more by keeping it in the game instead of just taking it out completely. It's infuriating, actually, because the game itself, like I said, it's not bad. It's probably because that was their second, Eutechnix's second Ford game of 2005. Both that and Mustang both came out in 2005, and that's probably why that game is so like weirdly bare bones. Anyways, yeah, that's where I'm gonna put that. I can show off a little bit of gameplay real quick in my playthrough. Of course, if you're watching this on YouTube and somehow made it this far through my rambling, you can watch all these videos on my channel. You've seen me going through all the playlists. This is just on my channel under playlist. You can watch all of my series there, and they're more organized on the main page here too. Like everything that's finished, current projects, just the racing games, just the non-racing games, all of that. But we move on. But yeah, so like there's these events, like I said, and now you buy a car, and you only have a certain amount of points to buy whatever car. And it just does not give you the opportunity to actually make the money to buy more cars or upgrades. It's so dumb. It actually irritates me, because it could have been so cool. It could have actually made the game interesting. But it's not. The more interesting part is that it sucks. Anyways, that's where Ford versus Chevy is going to go. Lower C class, C tier. I keep saying class. Next up, we have our next Call of Duty game, Call of Duty 4. I'm not gonna lie when I say this might still, to this day, be my favorite Call of Duty campaign, the one that I care the most about. Because I thought I loved World at War. I'll talk more about it when I get there, because I do have World at War on here as well, of course. But I think I like Call of Duty 4 more. I've only played it twice. I played it once a long time ago on PC on the original version, and then of course I played the remastered version for this playthrough. And God, it's actually such a well put together game, and like the missions are actually so good in it. And I can't really say that about many other Call of Duty games I've actually played. maybe Black Ops, but I haven't played Black Ops for video yet, and it's been probably since like 2011 since I played Black Ops campaign. So Call of Duty 4 is really good, and I would play it again, and I would like to. I actually kind of want to go for the Platinum Trophy on PlayStation for it, because I did play it on PS. Well, I played the PS4 version on PS5, but I haven't quite gotten there yet. But I think this game definitely deserves an A rank. I don't think it's as amazing as something as like Half-Life Alyx or Portal 2. It just doesn't quite reach that. But I would say, shit, I would almost put this over Borderlands. I don't have too much, like, I do kind of want to play it again to get trophies and maybe Xbox achievements on it, but I don't want to play it to play the actual game again. I'm playing it to do something otherwise. So I'm gonna probably put it between Dirt and Burnout 3. I think that works for this game. Because again, it is like legitimately like it's a really good story in a Call of Duty game. And I guess, I mean, yeah, story, like the gameplay is of course really good, but they really got it down by the time that Call of Duty 4 came out. Is this the... Oh no, this is not the plane mission, whatever the fuck it's called, or helicopter, whatever it is. And yeah, the remaster looks great. The original game still has a great style to it as well. It is a legitimately impressive feat when you can make me enjoy a Call of Duty campaign this much. Like, it's actually impressive. And this was one I played World at War and Black Ops when I was younger. And I didn't play this until it's probably like 2014 when I first played this game. But yeah, it is very impressive. Like, the missions do really stick with you, at least with me. And even playing it on console couldn't bring my spirits down about it. So yeah, that will go definitely up into the middle of A tier. Next up, we have possibly more controversial opinions with Need for Speed Pro Street, specifically the PC version, but you can technically include the 360 and PS3 versions in this, because they're all basically similar, or basically the same game, minus the PC version being able to, unlock frame rate and stuff. But you couldn't unless you modded it. They made the patch for this game makes it to where it runs at 30 FPS in races on PC. It's ass, but thankfully some modders actually fixed it. It's fucking annoying. But for Pro Street, I do like Pro Street, but I have to admit, the physics are funky. Like, no matter how I look at it, I think the music just stopped, hold on. No matter how I look at Pro Street, yes, I am still watching. The physics of it are legitimately just weird. And the fact that the game always has some form of like weird auto braking or like you can't turn the assists off all the way. No matter what you do, the game will always have some form of ABS or STM or what auto braking or whatever on. And it drives me insane. I am very much not a fan of it. I think there's a lot to love about Pro Street. I even like the fact that they kind of basically made a story of something like Forza Motorsport actually more interesting, because they actually put a person behind it and added the cutscenes and like rivals, specific rivals and stuff. But it's nothing like, oh my god, he killed my brother or something. We'll get to that. It's actually a rare occurrence where a story does help a racing game, in my opinion. And stuff like the customization is great. The way the game works is really cool, with the different classes of cars or different types of, I don't know, upgrades you could call it. Where you can have speed car, drag car. Drag racing in that game, while sometimes infuriating, mostly fantastic. I will give it that. It is actually really good. It is the one instance of good Need for Speed drag racing. I'll say it. All of the other ones suck. So I'm going to put Pro Street I think I'm gonna put Pro Street at the bottom of B tier, to be honest with you. Wait, why does this sound like... This sounds like the fucking... one of the background songs in Undercover. It is different. But it sounds like a song in Undercover. That's so weird. Yeah, we're gonna put Pro Street under B rank, or B tier. At the bottom of B tier, because... it's another game that I'm very much not going to go back to as far as I care. Like, I have no real interest in going back and experiencing the physics of this game. Unless I'm, like, insane someday and set a stupid goal that somehow gets achieved to play through this game on the Wii. Because the Wii version of this game... So this isn't involved in my review or my thoughts on this playthrough. Because I played through the PC version. I'm keeping... the B rank is completely from the PC version. But I made a video of the Wii version. I don't even know if I could find it that easily. But I made a video because the Wii version, there is one control scheme, and it is using one Wii remote, no nunchuck, and forced motion controls. And you have to do every single thing that you would do in Pro Street on a singular Wiimote on its side. It is not good. It is very not good. So maybe I'll fucking torture myself someday by doing that, but we'll see. We'll see if I can figure out some... I'm not doing it for free. Not for free. But yeah. I do like Pro Street. I like its vibes. Its vibes are actually pretty much peak. Like, I would say Pro Street has better vibes of like... this, whatever you call it, almost like a festival thing, but I don't know if I'd call it that. But the vibes are better here than in Horizon 1. I'm just gonna throw it out there. But Horizon 1 is just still good at vibes and is better in every single way, every other way. Minus like some of the more interesting, like deeper stuff of Pro Street, like I said, with the like speed cars and drag cars and stuff. Still a good game, just not one I ever really care to play too much again. And next up, we have The Crew. Time to drink water, actually. But yes, the infamous The Crew that was shut down shortly after I played through it. Actually, I think it was announced when I was playing it that it was going to be shutting down, and of course it went to being unavailable completely. Of course, now we have The Crew Unlimited, which is fantastic because people are amazing and make amazing things. I really like The Crew. It does suffer from funky physics, though. I will admit that. But what The Crew was going for is still pretty much unlike anything else made before or after it. The size of the map, and kind of like the whole aspect of basically going around the US to do races to make the story move on, which story is actually pretty decent. Like, it's a fairly basic story. Like, you'll definitely be able to be like, oh, I can guess that. I can guess what's going to happen there. But it's still a pretty well told, good story. And I think Ivory Tower did a fantastic job on a lot of parts of this game. Just not Wild Run. Don't like Wild Run that much. The physics got broken, literally. Like, if you look at... I don't even know if I could find it right off the bat. I didn't want to put that there, by the way. Let me rate this real quick. I'm going to put The Crew... I almost feel like I would play this game again. You know what? That'll be the difference between Forza Horizon and The Crew. I'm going to put The Crew just above Horizon, because I would probably play The Crew again for a third time, basically. But if we go... Is it in this one? Because I think I was using this charger. I don't know if I can even find it. But, wait, is this it? No. Wait, is this it? This might actually be it. Hold on. I'm trying to find a very specific cutscene. Or no, this is not it. This is me finding one of the thingies. Yeah, basically the Wild Run update for the crew pretty much broke the physics, and also it's questionable whether the graphics got better or worse. Maybe some parts are better, but other parts are worse because the game literally just was not... Wait, hold on. We might be cooking now. I swear I was driving this car when something crazy happened. But it breaks the physics in the cutscenes of all things. I don't know. What about here? I want to find this so bad. But, I don't know. The crew is cool because big map, pretty much USA, kind of. I mean, it's not the full USA, of course. It's much smaller than that. But, oh my god, I literally can't find where I need to be. Pretty good story. Yeah, I don't know. I really like the crew, is what I'm getting at here. I am very much a fan, and I would like to play through it again, especially now that we can, because, of course, thank you, modders. And yeah, I think it definitely deserves its spot just above Forza Horizon. I think there's also a lot more to do in the crew. Like, you can always kind of make up new shit to do in the crew. There is, of course, the issues of the economy sucks in the game, and buying cars and also upgrades is painful, but I think there's ways around that now. But yeah, pretty solid A-tier game. What is not a pretty solid A-tier game is the first Far Cry. I always wanted to play a Far Cry game, so I decided to start with the first one, and it's not that good. It's cool because it's the first Far Cry and it really was a tech demo, but like the actual gameplay and the story and everything else, everything besides like the graphics, some of the physics objects, and it did have like the sneaking mechanic and the I see you mechanic, whatever, but it's not very good nowadays. There's a lot of issues with Far Cry, and it mostly comes down to the AI really suck, and by suck I mean they can see you from 10 billion miles away. Kind of suck, which kind of sucks for a game that tries to get you to do a lot of stealthing, and I don't think the story was that great. I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't think it was that good, so I'm gonna put... And it had the medkit issue that Call of Duty 1 had too, but not quite as bad. You know what? I'm gonna put Far Cry 1 at the bottom of D tier because I do think it has some redeeming qualities. It has a moderately long runtime too, like of 10 hours I think it took me to complete it. But it's definitely nothing like the newer Far Cry games. And also the aiming is weird. I really didn't like the aiming. Like a very core part of a first-person shooter is the aiming. So, yeah, I think we will go with D tier there for sure. Might as well show off a little bit of gameplay, I guess. Like, yeah, this game definitely looks like it could have been like a mid, like, 2009 era Xbox 360 game. Of course, playing it on PC and having higher resolutions and frame rates definitely helps, but... And it technically was actually too, but there's the aiming, by the way. That is as far as you can aim in. It's not very good. Yeah, also very difficult in a lot of spots actually. That is a huge issue. Even on the easiest difficulty, this game is fucking unforgiving. And you will die a lot. But not all bad, so it'll go at the top of D. I think that works for it pretty well. All right. Oh yeah, I was like, why is it getting weirder? It's because we're getting more rows. We are down to the last, what, 29, I guess, games? I guess I'll keep my the thing here. Next up, we have Flatout 2. So, I'm a bit mixed on Flatout 2, because I do think that it is more of Flatout 1, which is a very good thing. Flatout 1 was fantastic, but just didn't have a whole lot to do in it. But at the same time, I feel like some parts of Flatout 2 kind of got dumbed down, like in the physics department, compared to Flatout 1. And I also tried to do the stunts in Flatout 2, which was not... I was not a big fan of the stunt mechanic in Flatout 2. And I probably wouldn't be in Flatout 1, but I didn't do them in Flatout 1, so I have nothing to complain about there. But yeah, Flatout 2, I did every single event in the game. I didn't get first on them. A lot of the stunts are really, really, really fucking hard to get first place on, or gold medal or whatever. But I don't think that detracted from my experience too much, and it is that pretty good runtime of like 10 hours or so. So I do think Flatout 2 is a very good game. It has a lot of content, it has all the upgrades from Flatout 1 on the cars. Still has pretty decent physics, but I feel like I said, I think they almost feel like they're dumbed down. Like, I don't know how else to explain it. So I'm going to put Flatout 2. I will put it above Flatout 1. But I'm going to put it like 2 spots above. We're going to put it between Midnight Club LA Remix and High Stakes. Because while it is more fleshed out and stuff, it's just... I don't know. I did like it, it's just... not that big of an upgrade from Flatout 1, in my opinion. Now, Ultimate Carnage, we'll see when we get there. I've heard very good things about Ultimate Carnage. Yeah, so that is where I will put Flatout 2. Also, banging soundtrack. I think Flatout 1 has a good soundtrack too, but I never listened to it. But Flatout 2 has a really, really, really good soundtrack. Also, yeah, this game is very much piss filtered as well. Maybe not as much as like Most Wanted, but it is pretty piss. Pretty pissy. I don't know why this looks like it's running at like 3 FPS. Oh, my file's finished transferring. That's good. But yeah, still fun. I think maybe the economy was a little slow to give me money, or I upgraded wrong. It could have been on me. I may have spent my money completely wrong. I have no idea why this is running like shit, by the way. This video. Everything else I've looked at has run fine, so... yeah, that is where I will put Flatout 2. Still a very good game. But next up, we have V-Rally 3. And this is an interesting one because I didn't know... so I knew what the game was. I had it since I was a kid. That is the main reason I actually played V-Rally 3 first, was because I always owned it. And I did play it quite a bit as a kid, but I never went through like the career mode as a kid, or I didn't understand it or something. I really, really, really like the career mode of V-Rally 3. The other modes, they're fine, I guess, but the career mode is like possibly my favorite rally career mode I've ever played in a game. Not even joking. Just because it's like a seasonal championship kind of thing, but it also isn't like super long with that. I actually don't remember how long this game took me to finish. Let me look real quick. I'm not putting it there, by the way. I just want to see real quick. So V-Rally 3 did take me 16 hours to complete, which is not insane, but is definitely up there, especially for a rally game. Like Dirt 1, like I said, was like 10 hours to complete the career. And I think this is, well, it's probably the third longest rally game I've played through. But the way it's laid out, fantastic. And also, I don't know what it is about V-Rally 3, but it has just good vibes about it. I really like the tracks and all kinds of stuff. Actually, let me put this somewhere. I'm going to put this, I'm going to be crazy. I don't think it's that amazing because the physics are kind of funky, but not like in an uncontrollable way. It's like it's almost too controllable. You know what? I think I'm going to put this at the bottom. I'll put it above Porsche Unleashed at the bottom of A tier. Because I don't know, it's just something about it really just is so good to me. And also, of course, the look at this. The vibes are immaculate, is what I'm trying to say. And I played on Xbox, of course, which means I did get full 60 FPS, which was nice. And also kind of halfway widescreen. But like this feels cozy to me. It's hard to explain, but maybe it's because I grew up around the time that this game was coming out. I mean, I was a kid when this game came out. And of course, I had it when I was a kid, shortly after it released. But I don't know. It is strange, and also like things like the audio isn't great quality. But I don't know. It's just like this game gives me more of a warm fuzzy feeling than like Forza Motorsport 1 does, or Project Gotham Racing 2. I don't think it's as good as those games, because it's really not. Like the actual gameplay itself is like the physics and well, mainly the physics. Like the physics are definitely weird. I wouldn't consider them fantastic myself. I don't know. Just something about this game is nice, and the career, like I said, the career layout is literally peak rally game to me. And of course, there's a bunch of different cars, there's a bunch of different stuff, a bunch of different things to unlock. Unfortunately, don't really have an opportunity to use those too much. You can't really use them in the career because they're all older cars. But yeah, very good game. Like shockingly good. Really surprised me with how good how much I enjoyed it when I did play through it for the full 16 hours I played it. And next up, we have an opposite of short game, Gran Turismo HD Concept. This one's weird because the progression is not really progression. It's more of like a tiny little checklist to do and races to do. But it is Gran Turismo. It's like a very, very proto Gran Turismo 5. It's like Gran Turismo 5 prologue is what I would consider it. There's just nothing to do. Like, I mean, there is stuff to do, but it's like you either race cars. You don't have an interior view or anything like that. You don't have anything too fancy. But you can either race against other cars. You can set hot laps, which I don't even think have predetermined times, if I remember right. And you can go drifting for points, which also has no predetermined score to beat. So the only thing you actually do and get unlocked from is the racing, which I guess you unlock the cars for like quick race or something. I don't remember at this point. I'll have to look at it in a second. But it is still like, it's a pretty solid mid-2000s Gran Turismo experience. It's just very, very, very little amount of it. So I'm going to put this at the top of D tier, just because there's nothing, like, it is a nothing burger of a video game, but it is a Gran Turismo game. And I like that. I like Gran Turismo games, believe it or not. So that is, because yeah, it's pretty much like, you select a car. So if you go in here, there's time trials, drift trials and stuff. Yeah, so you have to, okay, so yeah, you have to go through each car and win a race to unlock the next car, which is fine. And the cars are very detailed. The cars look very pretty because it is running on the PS3. It is Gran Turismo HD. It's just, there's nothing past that. It's pretty much do fucking, how long did I do these races? Or how long? Do 5 minutes of, well, it's 5 minutes of recording time for me, not even 5 minutes of racing time to unlock the car, and then dick around with it. And it is 10 cars, and that is it. So I think I am very justified, because it does feel a lot like Gran Turismo 5 too. It doesn't feel that much off from like GT5. And I'm sure if you played this back in the day, especially before GT5 Prologue even came out, because this came out in 06, just after the PS3 came out, it would have been extremely impressive. But Not so much after GT5 and 6 have been out for over a decade now. So, yeah, it is a solid enough game. Hey, you know what? Actually, I changed my mind. It is not as good as Forza Horizon 2 Fast and Furious. I feel actually bad because I really don't like the physics of Rally Sport Challenge, but I feel bad putting it down as far as I did. You know what? We'll put it here. We'll put it just behind R Racing, and I'll put GTHD after Midnight Club. Yeah, because I felt actual like pain towards Motor Trend Lotus Challenge, and that's why it'll stay down there. And also, of course, NFS 2 and 1. Yeah, I think that works. Ooh, and now we get to a spicy opinion. Need for Speed Undercover. I fucking love this game. Like, I don't think it's as good of a game in general as Carbon, but I could probably replay it about as many times. Like, the reason that I'm not going to put this in S tier is because it is a buggy. I don't know if, I mean, if you play the PS3 version, it's pretty broken. It is a buggy mess. It does have a lot of weird things about it, but I was saying the vibes were immaculate on V-Rally 3 for being a rally game. Well, this has the immaculate vibes of being Windows Vista in video game form. It is literally Windows Vista in video game form. I have thought about that so much, and I will stand by that too. Because it's very, very pretty to look at in certain ways. Like, some parts of the graphics aren't great, but it is such a fantastic representation of 2008, you don't even understand. And the fact that the game plays fine, I never had any issues. Like, there's a few weird things about the physics, like the fact that slowing down for corners will sometimes shift your car into reverse is a little annoying. And sometimes the physics get a little weird. But for the most part, I think the physics of this game are great. I might even like the physics of this game more than Carbon, because the cars actually grip in this game. And you don't have to wait for the car to stop sliding in a weird way when you're going slow speeds. Top of A tier, 100%. It is going just below S tier. And yes, that will be talking about the PS3/360/PC version. Of course, I had a great time playing on PC, but I also had a great time playing on Xbox 360. I actually went back and did a secondary playthrough, 100% playthrough, on the 360 to get all the achievements I could. And it was great. I still thought it was great, even though it was on a console. So, yeah, I like, just looking at it, especially with like the UI and so much of it. Like, look at this UI. I cannot put in the words how wonderful this UI is. This is the best UI that I have ever seen in a video game, in my humble opinion. I cannot glaze this UI enough. It is so good. And the progression is fine. Like, it's not the best. And also this game, what did this game take me? Like, low teens or mid-teens to finish? It took me 17 hours and 50 minutes to finish this game, or that much time in video. I honestly, like, there's some bad aspects, but you kind of just have to know how to play the game. I know that's not helpful for people who haven't played the game yet. But, I don't know, fuck, it's just so good. If you just... Oh, the hell? Why was I... Oh, did the game crash? Oh, I guess the game crashed. I was like, why do I see the Elgato? I was playing this on PC. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, if you want to really, like, experience peak 2008, there's not an easier way to do it than Undercover, especially in racing game form. It's so 2008 that it hurts in a good way. And I will stand by the fact that I fucking love this game. I love the races, I love the physics. For the most part, like I said, there is some funkiness to it, but I love the car list. The customization is decent enough. Not incredibly important, but yeah, it's just built different. Undercover is so just... It is what I would consider, I guess, a guilty pleasure of mine. Anyways, we move on from glazing NFS Undercover to not glazing WRC on the PlayStation 2. The first WRC game on the PlayStation 2. Because it did get an American release, but none of the other ones did. This game... I think it's a solid C tier game. I'd probably put it between... we'll put it at the bottom of C tier. So WRC is weird in the way that, like, I can pretty easily visually show you why it's weird. It is cool because it is an actual official licensed WRC game, and it has all these cool intros that show like where you're going to, and a lot of details and stuff, and a lot of cool actual real life video, which is always cool to watch. And the game itself, like the career mode is pretty decent. It's a very simple, like similar to like Colin McRae Rally, where you do go through a season, but it's a long season. It's a much longer season than what you would get in V Rally 3, and yeah, it's like the content aspect of it isn't too bad. There's not that many, like, it is, I think, just the official cars that were in this era, or this year, basically, of rallying. And yeah, of course, I picked a Skoda, but we'll just play this. And if you never saw me play this, you might notice we're going 80 miles per hour. Does it feel like we're going 80 miles per hour? No. The sense of speed and, like, I don't know if it's the FOV or what it is probably the worst I've ever seen in a racing game. Like, the camera for Ford Racing 3 is bad because it cuts off part of the car, but this one is actually painful. And learning how to play this game with this camera shenanigans, not the greatest experience of my life. I don't think I'll ever actually try to play this game again. Like, I was thinking, like, oh, I could fuck around with it on an emulator. No, there's so, like, little to this game that I have no interest of ever going back to it. And with the camera angle as it is, or like the camera, it's something to do with the camera. I know it that much. Like, stuff like the car models are good. A lot of stuff like the co-driver is good. The stage design is really good. The physics are fine. I don't think I would consider them amazing, but they're not... I would say they're probably overall better than like V-Rally 3, because they feel at least more cohesive than V-Rally 3s do. They're more basic, at least, which is not a bad thing in this situation. But yeah, the camera angle royally fucks this game out of being a truly good game. It is really just not good. And it doesn't get any better because you do 2 seasons, and you only have 2 choices of cars because you're only doing 2 seasons. So you can pick a car once and then pick a car for the next one. So you don't really get to use much, and there isn't any bonus cars. Like, you get the cars that are normally in the game, but you don't get anything other than like the 5 or 6 different cars that were ran in the season. Funny part though, a very funny aspect of this video game is if we go to somewhere around here with a there we go, Ford driver. Probably can't guess who that would be, whose likeness was not allowed to be licensed in this video game. It's Colin McRae. Colin McRae is the Ford driver because, as we'll see soon, Colin McRae Rally 3 was coming out around this time, because this was 2001, I believe. So CMR 3 was just on the horizon, and they still had his license. Codemaster still had Colin McRae's license specifically. So you did not get Colin McRae at all in that game, but you got a lot of other real drivers. which was always cool. So yeah, I would definitely consider mainly because it has the runtime, and I do think the physics are much more bearable than Rally Sport Challenge. All right, I retract my decision of putting it at the bottom of C rank. You know what? I'm gonna put it right below Rally Sport Challenge because I think it does have better physics than Rally Sport Challenge, but the camera angle just messes everything else up. Yeah, I think that works. Delicious water. It's safe to say I'm not going to do anything after this. If I even have a voice left after this. Anyways, we are down to not that many games left. We're getting there. We're almost there after almost 5 hours. Next up, the original Burnout. A pretty okay tech demo. You know what? This actually deserves to be at the bottom of C rank. Good physics, good graphics. I did play on the Xbox, so I don't know if that really changes much, but Burnout 1 is very much a tech demo, and a pretty okay one at that. There's a lot of stuff to do, or not a lot, but there's some stuff to do. You have some variety, and you also have variety in the cars you use, and the physics are good. I will give them that. The physics are pretty good. But it is very different from the later Burnout games in a lot of different ways. And the fact that you have a manual transmission is also wild and fantastic. Like, that's one of the better aspects of this game. It's just there's not a whole lot to do. And it can be a little frustrating at times. I think I did get through everything on the first try, like barely. There's no crash mode or anything. It's pretty bare bones. So really not a whole lot more to say about it. You pretty much race cars against other cars, and that's Burnout. You have burned out, as they say. But it has some cool stuff. It has this nighttime track with the headlights of the car on, and also wet road, which is kind of interesting, but not really enough to truly add variety, or that much variety at least. So yeah, really just basic, but pretty good basic video game. Well, solid. So we will put it at the bottom of C rank. Ooh, another spicy take coming. You know how I love Need for Speed Undercover? I fucking despise Need for Speed Nitro. I think that is also confidently going to go in the F rank. It is not good. Like, it's probably because I 100%ed it and went for all the stars and everything. It's not good. The only moderate... Restart? Oh, we're on the last song. Okay. So yeah, basically you play through the game, you get stars. It's kind of like Need for Speed Shift in a way. Yeah, I guess it is kind of like Need for Speed Shift, which we'll still have to go over too at some point. The controls aren't bad because you can use a Wii, what is it, Classic Pro controller or whatever the hell. So that's fine. The physics are brake to drift and are okay. I would say they're okay, maybe. And of course, the big thing about Need for Speed Nitro is the art style, which I will admit is pretty neat. But this is it. Like, what you're seeing here, this is the art style. It doesn't really go much deeper besides, like, you can change a few things on the cars. Very funny that they put in the auto sculpt rims from, like, carbon, but don't let you auto sculpt them, I don't think. Yeah, the art style is very... It is fun to look at, but there's, like, 2 variants of tracks in 4 different locations, I think, if I remember right. There is almost 0 variety in this video game, and you have these points which get you the stars, of course, and also I think oh yeah, the points get you 1 star, and then the position that you're in gets more stars, basically. And of course, there's a cool aspect of whoever's in first place will leave a graffiti trail along the track showing that like they're in first place basically. And there is a damage meter and pickups like a Mario Kart game of sorts, or kart racer in general. And the game just gets extremely irritating and extremely samey while being extremely irritating. From the damage and also to some ridiculous asks of you to get points. It gets really old really quick. And while this game does have what I would consider a great runtime of about 10 hours, it is too long for the content that it has. And of course, you know it wouldn't be a bad Need for Speed game without the damn drag races coming back, because they sure as fucking shit are back, and they're still not good. Especially because this game is almost worse for visibility than other games, and you will run into traffic a lot. And there's not really, like, you have speed trap events, you have drifting events where you have to get a specific amount of points in a drift, and you have regular racing events. The AI also gets really hard, as you're kind of seeing here. This was a point where definitely there was some difficulty in the AI coming. Yeah, it's just... it's a whole lot of, like, okay, but frustrating game. And that's why I am... I don't even know if I could... like, the art style is the only thing that's okay. The art style is the only thing that's saving this from being under Ford Racing 1, to be honest with you. Because Ford Racing 1 is just boring as fuck. Like, yeah, that's pretty much my beef with that game. And then my beef with this game. And you also get these, like, character intros. And it plays the same one every time. And it's like 4 times for each character. And nothing ever gets said. Why was that like that? I guess I'm probably talking about it there. Yeah, the characters have no depth. They have a name and a look. And a very stereotypical look at that. So... I don't know. I'm not a fan. I will never be playing Need for Speed Nitro on the Wii ever again in my life. I truly disliked it. And there's so much more I could go into, but I'm gonna leave it at that. I just didn't enjoy it. The physics are fucked up sometimes. The AI are fucked up a lot of the times. And yeah, I'm just not a fan. So it will be going just above Ford Racing in F tier. It will be the second F tier game. Oh, we're getting there. We're almost there. Oh, I need to, like, stretch a little bit. Oh, big stretch. Ugh. All right. Didn't realize this would be a test of endurance to do this, but it really is. I guess that's what I get for doing this for 80-something games at this point, or somewhere around 80, I think. Oh, we're getting there, though. Anyways, I need to change the song, or the music, because I ran out. What other games have decent OSTs? What is R... you know what? R Racing Evolution OST. This is definitely not going to go on YouTube video because I think this will get... well, maybe it won't get copyright hit. But we will listen to the R Racing Evolution OST. Also, this is a banger-ass song. I will admit that. That is 1+ for R Racing Evolution. Namco is really good at doing good music for their games. I'll just throw that out there. Anyways, next up, Call of Duty World at War. And as I mentioned earlier, I think that the campaign, at least specifically for Call of Duty 4, has definitely overtaken World at War as my favorite one. Even though I never really was in love with the World at War. This song is so good. I never hated the World at War campaign. I actually still think it's probably the best of the World War II games. And it is definitely better than all the other World War II era games. God, this song is so good. I'm just like vibing. But the actual story itself and like the missions never reach like the peaks of where Call of Duty 4 hit. It is definitely more of a B rank, I think. Or maybe a low A rank. I still think it's really good and like the set pieces are really good and stuff. Oh, this is the main menu song. Yeah, we'll put it at the bottom of A tier. I think that works. Because I still do really like it, and I also still like zombies and all that. I haven't played them on video yet, but I like them. Even though that shouldn't count. Fine, we'll fucking go... We'll go... I think it's better than Most Wanted. Yeah, we'll go with that. I think that works for me. And once again, World at War. Some pretty impressive stuff, but also some very annoying stuff. Like this fucking mission sucks. The obligatory tank mission of this game, not good, not fun. Honestly, I don't like it. But otherwise, pretty solid Call of Duty campaign. Definitely the best out of the ones I've mentioned so far, played. Someday I will get to Modern Warfare 2, but that'll happen whenever it happens. So anyways, let's move on to... Oh no, Test Drive Ferrari Racing Legends. I think... I'm gonna put this game in... I would probably rather replay Forza Horizon 2 Fast and Furious than Test Drive Ferrari Racing Legends. So I'm gonna put it there. This game is one of the... It is probably the strangest one-make game I've ever played. It's not quite as bad overall as Lotus Challenge. I think Lotus Challenge definitely does have an edge over this game. But this one it's not good. It's fine, but it's a slightly Mad Studios game, which means the physics are automatically fucked up. Especially in certain spots, like I know I referenced it in a video recently, or in a Horizon 2 video, but shit like this happening in Test Drive Ferrari Racing Legends. The physics are fucked up. Just a little bump draft. And then whatever this is. Yeah, that's pretty much Test Drive Ferrari Racing Legends in a nutshell. It's not bad, but it's not good. And there's a lot of it. This game took me like 35, 36 hours to complete. That is a lot. That is as much as like 4 mid-2000s Need for Speed games. That is a lot of playtime for a very not great physics video game. Only driving Ferraris, and the career mode, not good. Like, it's just a bunch of events going through eras, kind of like Porsche Unleashed, but much worse. Much worse. And you have to drive the same cars over and over again a lot, which is also pretty annoying. There is a decent amount of cars, but there's so many different events. You'll drive the same cars twice, or 3 or 4 times sometimes. And then they also put the fact that you can turn off the assists, like ABS. But that also turns on tire wear and fuel degradation, or fuel wear, whatever you want to call it. And this game does not have working pit stops. And there are races you will do that are technically pretty much endurance races where you would need to pit. But you can't, because the game has pit stops, but they're programmed to just push you all the way through. You cannot actually use the pit stop, even though it's there and it technically halfway works. It's not a good game. Simple as that. It's just not a good game. If you want to really see, go watch the playthrough of it. I really don't even want to talk about it that much more, because it is really that just bleh of a game. I will never be playing that game ever again in my life. I got the 1000 gamer score for completing the career, and I don't want anything else to do with it. Anyways, speaking of not great games with not great physics, Need for Speed V-Rally. I almost feel like this is another D tier. I would probably still rather play Forza Horizon 2 Fast and Furious than V-Rally 1. Because this game has fucked up physics. Like, this is another one where, you know what, let's... Hold on. If I remember, I will... oh, I can't... I have my sound turned off on YouTube and I can't turn it back on because the fucking UI isn't showing up. You know what, just do this real quick. Just so I can get some audio. And then go back to shorts, and then... Where was it at? So it's the arcade. Yeah, this game, the physics are broken. They do not work. Oh my god. They are not good. I don't know if anybody could ever consider this game to have good physics. Son of a bitch. I would prefer not to screw everything up. And of course, because it's an earlier PlayStation game, it also does not support analog inputs at all. So you're stuck with the face buttons. And yeah, basically if you make the car leave the ground in any way or hit a bump too hard, you are going to flip over at least 10 times. Yeah, it's not good. So anyways, back to what we were doing. Yeah. Don't like it. It's got some content. Got a few cars. Not to say they're any good, but it has a few cars. Really, I don't know. I feel like the only good thing about V-Rally is that it ends after not too long. What am I doing? Where am I? I've changed my mind. It's gonna go at the bottom of D tier. It's not good. It is, I would consider it worse. I'm going to separate the Need for Speed games with the Need for Speed game. Technically a Need for Speed game. God, this... You know what is good, though? This R Racing Evolution soundtrack. I forgot how good the fucking soundtrack for this game is. Anyways, we're done with V-Rally. Well, what I've played. Next up is the Xbox version of Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2. And it is the most, like, C-tier video game I've ever played in my life. So, in case you didn't realize, the PS2 version of Hot Pursuit 2, which I have way up here in A rank, is very different and was developed by a completely different studio from the Xbox, GameCube, and PC versions. And it's just bland. The Xbox version, PC, GameCube, just bland. It took everything that was good about Hot Pursuit 2 and just made it bland. The physics are bland. The visuals are extremely bland. Like, I am impressed that they managed to make the same tracks as what we saw in the PS2 version boring. Like, the color palette is just not there. There's a lot of details that are just not there compared to the PS2 version. And remember, this was a version that was made for the higher end systems. The Xbox, the GameCube even, had more power than the PS2. But the PS2 ended up getting a better looking version of the game. Sure, the Xbox version runs kind of at 60 FPS, but like, it's kind of. It's not a great 60 FPS. It doesn't even consistently hit it. And the physics are just like... Listen, the physics are actually probably similar to the PC versions of the two previous Need for Speed games, Porsche Unleashed and High Stakes. But it's more forgivable in those games because it's High Stakes and Porsche Unleashed. And also there's a lot more going on and they're a lot more interesting than this. Because basically the same game, well, similar game. PS2 version also has its own custom or its own specific track to it too, which is cool. It's also a pretty decent track at that. But yeah, everything about this version of Hot Pursuit 2 is just worse than the PS2 version. It's not a bad game. Like, you can still enjoy it, but it's like, if you play the PS2 version, you'll have no reason to play this version besides to just be like, oh, hey, that's different, and then go back to playing the PS2 version. That is pretty much what I can say about this. Like, the fact that they made Hot Pursuit 2 bland is just impressive to me. Like, it doesn't look the worst, but it's far from what the PS2 looks like, just artistically. So yeah, that will definitely go in the middle of C tier. We're getting there. Next up, we have a game I referenced earlier, Colin McRae Rally 3. So you know, WRC was pretty bad. Well, Colin McRae Rally 3 is actually pretty good. I pretty well enjoyed it. The big problem is that you don't really do much in it. You race as Colin McRae in a Ford Focus that is on this picture for 100% of the game, honestly. For 100% of the career, you are driving this one car, which I'm not that big of a fan of. At least in WRC, we had 2 cars that we drove. You know what? I'm going to give this game top of C rank, because it actually is a really well-made and really good game, other than the fact that you don't really do anything. Like, unless you can't even replay a career or a season with a different car. There are a lot of cool unlockable cars, but you can use those in like quick race mode, I guess. You can't use them in the actual career because the career is stuck to McRae's Focus. As you can see here, every single thumbnail of this game, minus the last one, uses the Focus because that's what the car I was using and the car I had to use. There is no other choice. Yeah, not a fan of that. I am, for a video game, like, it is cool because it basically kind of matches IRL, because obviously you have a team and you do a season with that team. But for a video game sense, not that fun. And that's why I really liked V-Rally 3, because you had seasons where you would drive a car throughout the season, but the seasons were shorter and you did more of them and you could change cars. So yeah, I would definitely pick V-Rally 3 way over Colin McRae Rally 3, but Colin McRae Rally 3 way over WRC, because it's not great. WRC is not great, but I've already went over that. Anyways, let's continue on to rally games that have peaked in 2004. Rally Sport Challenge 2 is peak rally game for me. I'm gonna throw it here because the career is good in Rally Sport Challenge 2, but it's not my favorite. But everything else about Rally Sport Challenge 2, including the physics and the visuals, fucking incredible. Like, this is like the best. And it also has ice racing, it has rallycross, it has crossovers, it has hill climbs. It has so much different stuff packed into a fairly short video game. Or not short, but a fairly it's not short. This game took me like 20 something hours to complete. But all those 20 hours, you're doing something interesting. The worst part of this game was probably the DLC, but that was because it was actually difficult, unlike the career mode, which was really not difficult, in my opinion. There was maybe a little bit of difficulty towards the end of the main career mode, but yeah, just the sheer amount of variety that you can get from this game, and the physics being pretty much like, when you look at an arcadey rally racer, this is what you should think of. This is the physics that are in this game. They are so fucking good. They don't have the weird, like open differential situation of Dirt 1. I still like, I don't know, I still consider these physics more fun than even like Dirt 2 or Dirt 3 at this point. Like, this is, I will 100% say that this is peak rally game. And also, of course, the game is beautiful, but also the designs of the areas and the backgrounds and the tracks and the stages is so good. It is all so incredibly good. And it comes together for a wonderful package of a decent amount of content. Like, you have a very solid amount of cars. Like, you know, I was saying, like, you had like 6 cars or something in WRC. Now, give or take, that's been 3 years since that game released before this game released, because this was 04 and that was 01. But this game has, like... Hold on, let me... Oops. This game has, like, 50 or 60 cars, including DLC. But it also has so many... like, I won't show off too much. As I show off too much. Here, look at this. Look at these are all different cars. All of these different boxes are different cars, and they all have different liveries that you can select, which is amazing. Of course, the DLC added more, added 2 more for each car. There was 4 already though. But it's like, yeah, it's like normal rally cars, like Super Impreza and stuff that was current during when this game was out in 2004. And then there's also classic cars. You got Focus, Peugeot 206. Oh yeah, that's all still the newer stuff. But yeah, Group B cars, which is always fun to see. And you use these cars, unlike, say, something like Colin McRae Rally 3. You actually use these cars through tons of events in the game. I don't even think, like, I still don't think you can use all the cars well enough. Like, there's definitely way more of certain classes of cars usage compared to others. But yeah, like the ice racing cars are specifically ice racing cars. You can see that the rear wheels are turned because they're ice racing, and the rear wheels have to turn because they're ice racing cars. And of course, rallycross cars that are very obviously rallycross cars with their fake brake lights and stuff. It's just so good. Like, I would probably actually want to make a real review of this game to really go deep into it. But for now, I would definitely still rather play and replay the Forza games, because you can actually customize cars and there's a lot more depth with that and different ways to do things. But Rally Sport Challenge 2 is right there though. It is hands down the best rally game I've ever played still. And I wish it wasn't an Xbox exclusive that isn't backwards compatible on anything, because more people need to play it. Anyways, we move on to Halo 2. I don't even remember this game. Master Chief Shoot Alien. I think I played as Alien a little bit. I'm gonna put it lower in C tier because, like, it was a fine game. It was a good, like, it played good, but I don't remember anything. No real story points, no visual parts of it. Like, I could watch my videos back. Yeah, something about the Halo games, like, they're fine games and they're decent enough and fun enough to play, but it's like, they don't stick in my brain at all, which is unfortunate because a lot of people love Halo games, and I love it. I love the original Xbox and the Xbox 360, but not really anything past that. But yeah, I'll eventually play through Halo 3. I might be brain dead during it too, but I'll play it someday. I own it in multiple ways. But yeah, I remember less of Halo 2 than Halo 1, so that's why I'm putting it lower than Halo 1, by the way. Yeah. They just don't stick with me. So anyways, we move on to a game that very much has stuck with me. Ridge Racer on the PSP. And this one... Fuck, I don't even know where I should put this one. I feel like here. Ridge Racer on the PSP is so fucking good. Minus the Max Tours, but I didn't have to do those, so I didn't do them. I did one, and I learned how painful they are. So we're not, that was like it. That's it. I don't want to do anymore. And that is fine, because the rest of the game is so fucking... I should have actually played the soundtrack to this, honestly. The soundtrack is amazing and also does not trip YouTube copyright, which is fantastic. It's so good. Like, I cannot praise Ridge Racer PSP enough. And I still am excited to play more Ridge Racer games. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Unfortunate, but maybe someday I'll actually pop Ridge Racer 5 into my PS2, or I'll grab another Ridge Racer game, like 6 or 7. Or maybe I'll play the first one. I actually own the first one. I forgot. I bought the first one in a long box. I have it on PlayStation. The PSP game is just so good, though. I bet even if I played on original hardware at the original resolution, all that, I bet I would still fucking adore it as much as I do right now. It is so good. This is peak arcade racing. Like, the arcadiest of racing. I'm not talking about like Simcade and Forza or even arcadey Horizon. Like, this shit is goofy and it goes all in on it, and I fucking love it. And also the soundtrack playing in the background at all times was just peak vibes. I've said that a couple times, but this is peak Namco vibes. I say as I'm listening to Namco music from our Racing Evolution, but God, yeah, Ridge Racer PSP was so good. I'm gonna have to play through the second one. I need to buy it on PS5 before they delist it, because they might at some point. I don't know if they will, but yeah, the second game that never came to the US is available in the US as a digital download on PS4 and PS5. So I really do want to get that, and I might get Type 4 as well, but I can get that and play it on a real PS2 because it did come out in the US. But yeah, just go play Ridge Racer PSP. It's so easy to just PSP these days. I would just recommend doing it. Like, your phone can handle a PSP emulator. This next one's gonna be real awkward. Let me find a better... Hold on. I need to find a better picture, actually. Alright, I'm gonna use this picture, I think. Because, oh, I can't. This into there, and then, oh, I can, or no, I can't. Oh, you can make them portrait images, huh? Oh, we can make them no crop? Never mind, we're good. Well, just forget that's there. I didn't realize you could do this. This makes things a lot easier. Why does this feel weird on my other monitor? Anyways, we already talked about Test Drive Unlimited on the Xbox 360, or not, technically not the 360, but I played on PC, but I have played on 360 a lot. Same version. Still vibing the Art Racing Evolution music. Actually, I need to zoom out like one notch. Because next up, we have the PS2 version of Test Drive Unlimited. And this is difficult, because I really, while I didn't care too much for the type of progression that the 360 and PC versions have, I fucking love the progression of the PS2 and PSP versions. Something number go up, because the number do always go up of the points, and also just the way that the career worked, and the fact that there was difficulty options, even though I only played on hard, but still, the fact that it had them, like, honestly, I'm tempted to put this right next to the 360 version. Like, I'm tempted to just put it right there, because it is incredibly good, especially for a PS2 release, and even more so for PSP. Can I get rid of this? I guess I can't get rid of a picture once I've uploaded it. Damn, that'll forever be down there. Yeah, it is incredible what they were able to do with Test Drive Unlimited on the PS2. It is so good, and it has the whole map of the 360 and PC version. It is literally one of the most incredible video games I've ever played, based on And I played it, as you could probably tell by the quality, I played this on a real PS2. I didn't emulate anything. I played this on a real PS2 at 480i. But, like, you have the whole map. This is the entire map out of the 360 version, just slightly lower quality, but it is all there. You can spend fucking 30 minutes driving from one end of the map to the other in this version too. But yeah, I don't know, something about the oh, this is a club. That's not a cool thing. Clubs never made it, or they made it to the Xbox 360 and PC versions, but they were different. They were not single player things. The fact that they're single player things is super cool, and having these names of, I think they were testers of this version of the game, because they sent CDs out to people or DVDs out to people to test the online features that they were putting into the PS2 version, because this also had online back in the day. Incredible. Like, and it feels good. Like, the physics are different from the 360 version, but they still feel really good. You have all the upgrades, you have most of the cars. Of course, there are some features that are gone. You have interior view in a PS2 open world racing game. You have interior views of the cars that have working gauges. It is incredible. And it's fun. It's incredibly fun. It is, I don't know. I can't praise this version of this game enough. And like, it is almost, if it didn't have some cut content and ran a little bit better, and yeah, it would probably surpass the 360 version for me. I can't believe I'm saying that, but it might. So yeah, that definitely deserves to be in the number 3 spot of what I've put up there so far. It is insane how good that is. Oh, we're almost there. Only a few more left. Might try and rapid fire some of these. So Portal. First Portal, very good game. Not as good as Portal 2 because it's a fraction of the size, but still a very good game. I'm gonna put it at the bottom of A tier because it is, like, it's not quite as detailed as Portal 2, obviously. And also, yeah, it's a lot shorter and a lot less to do, but it is still the same incredible Portal experience, just a smaller version of it, and the amount of story and lore isn't quite there with the first one, but it's still a really good game. So I'm absolutely going to put that at the bottom of A rank. Technically, I haven't finished this one because I still have it in my to-do list to go through all of like the advanced chambers or whatever. But yeah, I would definitely, this is another random game that I would definitely recommend for everybody to play, because it does still have the story. It still has GLaDOS. It, you know, look at me trying to match Shell, the main character. It is such a fun game. Cannot recommend it enough. But again, Portal 2 has so much more to it, and it's the same great gameplay, basically. Maybe slightly better, even. ATV Quad Power Racing. Not very good. I would consider it a little bit better than Need for Speed V-Rally. You know what? And NFS 2. I would put it there. Lower D tier. Not a very good game. And not a very long game either. If I find it, there it is. Wasn't hugely impressed with this game. It's fine, but also like the tracks are all pretty much the same track with a couple of different routes that you take. Well, in each area, there's only a few tracks. And yeah, it wasn't great. The physics aren't great. The AI aren't great. Can also be difficult at certain times. The frame rate is atrocious. It's unlocked. So if you fucking overclock this shit on an emulator, it'll go up to like 1,000 FPS. But on an actual PS2 or PS1, it runs at about 20 to 40 frames per second. And it is incredibly inconsistent. And even with an emulator, it is incredibly inconsistent. Because I wanted it to be close to 60, or at least 60. But then when it goes over 60, it breaks the audio. So I was running between like 35 and 55 FPS through this playthrough. Not a good game. Not something I would recommend. Go play ATV off for Fury 1 instead. It's so much better. Speaking of which, where did I put that again? Yeah, that's fair. That's valid. Actually, you know what? Need for Speed at least had interesting cars. ATV off Quad Power Racing doesn't really have that. We'll put it at the bottom of D. Next, Need for Speed Shift. Fucking put this shit in... I actually don't know where to put this, because like I do really like the graphics of this game, and I like a lot of the content. The fucking career and... Well, the career layout is fine, but the objectives in the career and the physics are fucking atrocious. So, like, the things you're actually actively doing in the game. Like, I really want to put this in F tier. You know what? The only thing saving it from being under Nitro is its pretty graphics. I will never be playing Need for Speed Shift ever again in my life. Like, Shift 1... You will never get me to... You will never give me enough money to play this game again. It's pretty to look at a little bit, and some of the content is cool, and the customization is pretty decent for what it is. But the gameplay is just... I can't do it. I can't stand it. So yeah, it will go down in F tier. I hate it that much. Like, I actually have a hatred towards Need for Speed Shift. And actually playing it. Zombie Driver HD. Pretty fun little game. Nothing too crazy. I think it could go under B tier. I had fun playing it. It was definitely different. I had to learn how to do a top-down racer for once. Or, not really racer. I guess kind of racing it a little bit. But I think it was fun. It was a fun little Halloween thing that I did. And... it was definitely at least moderately interesting, so there's that. Kind of like a mission-based thing. Not too difficult, but there were some things that got a little bit difficult. It's car combat too, so you have like weapons on your car. And also you run over zombies and get money and so on and so forth. Fun little game. Fun little Xbox Live Arcade game on the 360 actually was where it... Well, I think it came to PC first and then it went to Xbox Live Arcade. But, yeah, it's fun. Nothing truly bad. Pretty decent little game. Need for Speed Underground Rivals. Not a great game. Also, the fact that it's like 3 times longer than it should be, because you have to play every race 3 times to get everything in the game. And to, like, level up and shit. I'm gonna say it's probably... I would probably rather play Underground 1 than Underground Rivals again. It is a PSP game, if you didn't know. The PSP Underground game. I think I started at After Shift. And it's pretty fun. It has a lot of customization options. Well, a decent amount of customization options. You don't have a lot of control. Like, you can't do just individual bumpers and stuff. There's also drag races, which... automatically puts it lower on the list than it would be otherwise. And the drag races are just straight up Need for Speed drag races. There's some moderately interesting types of racing. There's also this glitch that happened on the emulator specifically, but I'm not detracting points for that. There are no points, by the way. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of cars, not a whole lot of tracks. It's fine. The physics are fine. The camera angle, the FOV is almost, at least does a little bit more to make you think you're going fast compared to WRC, but it's still not great. The FOV is really, really tight. And yeah, the progression is really bad. I don't know who thought it would be a great idea to make you do every race in the game 3 times. And I don't mean 3 different versions of a race. Like, the exact same race has to be done 3 times. That's Forza. That's not the right game. Yeah, not great. But not the worst I've ever played. So yeah, it will definitely go underneath Underground 1. Sled for the PS1. I was excited for this game, and then it turned out to be kind of mid. So I'm gonna put it... I had some struggles with it too. I'm gonna put it under Far Cry, I guess. Really just kind of a like a... Not... Like, the physics aren't great. The game itself isn't... Hey, that's me. Isn't amazing. It's fun. It's got some good vibes to it. It is still Sledstorm on the PS1. It still starts with Dragula by Rob Zombie, the remix that's in GT2. But yeah, after playing it, I'm just kind of like, I don't really have any interest in playing it again or trying to 100% it or anything. So nothing too complex with it. Just a pretty meh video game. Not really much to it either. Yeah, so that will go wherever I just put it. D tier, I think? Yeah, D tier. High D tier. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remastered. We are going to definitely put that up. Ooh, I'm actually tempted to put an S rank. No, I'm not gonna put an S rank because I didn't put Undercover in S rank. Really fun game. I had a ton of fun. You know what? We're gonna put it just underneath Undercover. I remember not liking Hot Pursuit when I first played it, the original version back in the day on PS3. But this playthrough of playing the remastered version, I'm just like, holy shit, this is amazing. Like, it's actually incredible. I'm gonna check my hard drive again real quick. Ooh, I'm running out of space, so I need to go faster. Yeah, it is a very, very, very good game. I would definitely recommend for people to play it. The remake or the remaster doesn't seem to do anything too bad. I played it on PC, so I don't think there's a reason to avoid the remaster specifically, but the original version is also probably still pretty good, so you can definitely play it. And yeah, it is definitely going to go right underneath Undercover there. Next up, we have Dirt 2, which I didn't care for as much as Dirt 1, but it's still a really, really good game. I don't think I liked it as much as V-Rally 3. I think I'm going to put it at the bottom of A tier, actually. I think that works for me, just underneath Portal. It is a very fun game, has a very fun art style, and a lot of fun, like, little details to it of, like, real people, like Travis Pastrana and, what's her face being in this? Or what's their faces? I don't know. There's a bunch of people in it. The physics are really good because it's a Dirt game. Much better than Dirt 1, I would say. But I liked everything else about Dirt 1 better. You don't really do a whole lot of the rallying in the rally game. You'll do a lot of crashing, though, like that. Yeah. I definitely like the content of Dirt 1 so much better than this game. But I do like the physics of this game more than Dirt 1. And yeah. It did also go on for a very long time. I think it was like 25 hours, roughly. 22 hours I spent playing through this game. And I think that was definitely a little long, on the longer side, but again, I didn't have to 100% the game, and I did. But yeah, it's a good game. I would definitely recommend playing it. I'm just more of a rally person than I am a rallycross or extreme sports kind of person, basically. So we will put that at the bottom of A tier because it is still very good. All right, next up we have... Actually, you know what? Before we do that, I have to visit the bathroom again, so I will be right back. Oh, I had one game left. Well, I had to go to the bathroom, so we took care of that. And the last game, as of now, that I have finished, because all the other games that I have not talked about, I am still actively working on. Someday I'll come back to you, IndyCar Series. Is Test Drive Off-Road Wide Open. And this was another one I had from my childhood. I actually borrowed it from a cousin and then eventually bought my own copy way later in life, but I definitely played a lot of it as a kid. It wasn't that great. It was okay. But the AI, specifically the AI, was pretty atrocious. Like, some of the worst AI I've ever seen in a racing game. But the rest of it's not bad. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. I'd probably put this at the bottom of C tier, yeah, about where I'm holding it. Because it's... I wouldn't really consider it a bad game overall. It's just not a great game. And the progression in it is kind of silly. And stuff like the stadium races, you couldn't pay me to play those again. I have no interest in playing this game ever again after this. I 100%ed it. I completed it 100%, so I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, it's not that great. It definitely has its flaws, and it wears them with pride. But it can be cool. It has some neat vehicles, and the maps can be kind of neat. Because they are open world as well, or like, there are small open world areas. And they are also very different from each other, which is always nice. So yeah. That is Test Drive Off-Road Wide Open, and I think I accidentally added Test Drive Unlimited PS2 twice because of course I did. Yeah, I don't think I can get rid of them. I don't think there's a way to get rid of them. But I guess that is my rating. My ratings of all of the games I've played. Let me look through these and see if make sure that everything makes sense. PG4 on the top. That is very fair. I fucking love PGR4, and I think it deserves to be at the top. And then TDU right behind it. Both versions of TDU2, or TU. Not 2. The first one. Portal 2, yeah. PGR2. Ridge Racer. Yeah, I'd probably keep Ridge Racer where it is. Carbon, Forza's. Yeah. 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 Yeah, this all looks pretty right to me. And then the fucking trash pile down here. Yeah, I think I definitely agree with this list. So, that will be that. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours to do this. Because don't forget that I started streaming whenever I started putting it together. When I started grabbing the pictures and adding them all to this. Unfortunately, I don't have... I didn't tell it to save this at all. Oh, and I can download my image. Cool. I think this should be good because it's at least close enough. Like, some of them aren't right. Like, Undercover on PS3 isn't right. But it's, like, close enough to what I played it on. Yeah, we'll download that. And I will post that at some point. Maybe when I post... Because I'll probably post this all to YouTube. This whole VOD, which is going to be long as shit, like 4 hours long. If you're on YouTube watching this, thank you. Amazing that you made it this far. If you want to just listen to me yap for a while. And I might actually just download some of these soundtracks and just use them. Or I might just fucking use what was in the video. I don't know. Or what was in the stream. I was gonna put different music behind it. But I also didn't think this would take 4 hours to do. But yeah, thank you for watching on YouTube. And for those of you who've watched this live at all, oh, I appreciate you being here. I am tired though. What time is it? It is almost 1 a.m. Holy moly. Not too bad. I'm not surprised that this took this long because it is me yapping about 80 or so video games. It's gonna take a while.